Hey, everybody, the day we've been waiting for, the 2024 NFL Draft, is starting now on Draft Countdown. Hello, everyone, and welcome to tonight's Draft Countdown live coverage of round one of the 2024 NFL Draft. I am your host, Brian Bosarge, here all night long, all tomorrow night, all day Saturday. I'm going to be the man leading the charge here as we get ready to go tonight. A lot of special guests coming on tonight. In a few short minutes, we'll have Scott Wright coming on. Later, we'll have Brad Menendez, Miranda Wilhelm coming on, Brian Lamb coming on later tonight, and more coming up later this weekend. The maniacs are lined up in the chat. I love it. Brad's pumped. He's ready. He's hoping the Lions trade back. A lot of damn people in Detroit, man. I don't know if y'all got this on the TV. 150K lining the streets of Detroit, Michigan tonight to watch the NFL Draft. Why did they keep this thing in New York bottled up for so long? Don't know. Touchdown Tundra. He's excited. He ain't going to lie about it. Shane, he's here in the chat. He's ready to go. Tommy's saying offensive things in the chat over here. My man Moon, he's ready to go. We holding it down for him. Tommy's correct, man. This is what we build up for all year long, and all roads lead to tonight. But he's trying to fish for some rumors. We ain't got them. Brothgar, he's ready to go. Shane's ready to go. Paul, it's going to be fun. I agree. We're ready to go. Bubba in the chat, he's ready. Brian Lamb he wants some Little Caesars pizza. I don't know why. Man hates himself. Who we got the Saints picking, man? We know Mickey's going to do something stupid, right? He's going to trade up. I'm ready for it. I hope so. Chaos. Let the chaos begin. When do the trades start happening? I think it's the big question here. We're not going to see one at 1 or 2, but 3 is where the trades start happening, right? So, or in theory, could start happening. Yeah, press that like button, everybody. Notification bell. Share it out. Get it out there to the peeps. We love it. Like I said, it's gonna be a night. We're waiting on the commissioner to get things started here. Where let's be honest, there ain't a whole lot of intrigue at the top of the draft, right? We know who the number 1 pick's going to be. I've already inputted it into the sheet. I done gave myself 3 points on the mock sheet for that one. Caleb Williams is going to be the number 1 pick here. But we're going to wait till they make it official, right? That's what we got to do. But thanks, everybody, again, for checking in here live, be it on YouTube, be it on Twitter /X or Facebook, maybe. I think we're live on Facebook, too. So maybe you're watching us there. We're glad to have you. If you're not a member of our Discord, go over to draftcountdown.com right now. Top right corner of the search bar. There's a link to join up on the Discord there. There is some healthy chat been going on there today in the NFL Draft Chat channel, and I expect that page to be buzzing all weekend. My man says Brian Bosarge or Mel Kiper. That's an easy choice. Well, Kyle, I do appreciate that. I wish I had Mel's cabbage. I'm going to tell you that. the hair genes went bye to me a long time ago. I ain't got Mel's hair, but I'll put my prognostications up against Mel any day these days. I'm proud of what we do here at Draft Countdown, and we're happy to be live coverage here. Like I said, all 3 days here. Pick 1 to pick 257. We're going to be covering the NFL draft over here. Breaking news just before we came on the air: Eagles extending A.J. Brown 3 years mega deal. This on the 3 years, $96 million. This on the cusp of yesterday. Detroit extending Amon-Ra St. Brown to a 4-year, $120 million extension. Devonta Smith got a 3-year, $75 million. These receivers getting paid. Got to tell you, Jamar Chase, Justin Jefferson, and CeeDee Lamb, they sitting back seeing this money going around. They're like, we getting ready to get cashed in here. Gav, let's give a shout out to my man Gav right here. He's over there in the UK, 1 o'clock in the morning over there. He's up watching Draft Countdown on YouTube. Love it. But he said ESPN was pushing out there earlier. The Rams trading up from 19 early to grab a quarterback as they're entering the last year of Matt Stafford's contract. I could see it. Or maybe in the second round, they try to get one of the Knicks, Penix, maybe even Rattler portion of that deal as a guy, maybe not as a potential replacement for Stafford. We'll see. But yeah, I'm gonna be honest. I'm kind of pulling for the Rams to trade out of the first round. Just let's keep that streak alive of the Rams not having a first round pick since 2016. But it doesn't look like that's the case. Bubba thinks that they're trading up for Bowers. Very well could be. Tommy's like, they would have to trade up to the top 3. I mean, I guess it depends on who goes as the third, McCarthy or May. And then, the fallout there, maybe not. They would, it's appeared they would at least have to go up to 5 or 6, right? Or at least 5. I don't know what the cost is from 5 to 19. But I would imagine it's a pretty substantial chunk to get up that high. So 19 to 3. Yeah, that's. I'll look at a quick trade chart here that I got pulled up to go from 19 to 3. So they've got to make up a difference of 1,325 points. So, yeah, they definitely given up probably 2 future ones, right, to go up that high, plus some other picks in this year's draft. It's going to, plus you have to pay the quarterback tax. So, yeah. booing Roger Goodell, a tradition like no other at the annual draft. Arguably the greatest rapper of all time on the stage with Roger Goodell right now, Eminem. That's just my opinion. I am by no means a expert on the rap game, but I know what I like, and I like Eminem. So he's just phenomenal. But yeah, looks like we're getting ready to start here with Eminem on the stage and Roger Goodell. Eminem going to speak to the crowd now. That's the 313, right? Brad, is that right? Is that, I'm trying to remember the rap lyrics from 8 Mile. It's 313 is the zip there, or the area code. All right, so I got my man in the waiting room. We're going to bring him on. He is the godfather of Draft Countdown, and now the main man over at Next Gym, and wearing a very similar shirt to what I'm wearing tonight. My man Scott Wright, how you doing, buddy?
I'm doing great. I got hooked up.
Awesome.
And Eminem's very good, but Biggie is the best rapper of all time.
West Coast all the way, man. I'm a West Coast guy, and Eminem's from the West Coast tree.
East
So,
Coast. Wu-Tang.
you know, I've seen some of your other musical tastes, and we don't agree.
That is true.
Scott, man, I saw your mock draft there. You're quickly thrown together one. How you feel about it?
I have no confidence at all, but it was kind of fun. I was just kind of inspired to go through and match up some players and teams, and just like the old days. And basically what I did is I just kind of like tried to find players that fit the style that those teams have drafted in the past. That was definitely a big influence on the way I went with most of the picks. So, but I'm sure it'll be awful. We'll find out here very shortly.
Scott, they're saying your audio's a little muffled.
Let me try taking off the earbuds. Maybe it'll be better.
Let's get a reading there, Scott.
All right. Is that any better?
A little bit. Is that better, everybody?
Test. What's up, Tommy?
Yeah, I don't hear them. I don't hear the scratch anymore, so I'm going to call that a win.
All right.
So have we put we still haven't put the Bears on the clock here. Come on now. Come on, guys. We're 11 minutes into the show.
I'm just rooting for chaos, as always. I think those are the moments I remember most from the draft, that those big surprises, whatever, guys going too high, too low, whatever the case might be. So I'm just hoping for chaos. And I was kind of looking at the top of the draft. I was like, well, I mean, Arizona might trade, Minnesota might trade, but what's like could really rock things is like, do the Patriots take Marvin Harrison Jr.? No, I don't think they will or anything, but I was just trying to find a plausible major curveball.
The Patriots with Joe Alt is one that I think, if without a trade, could shake it up a little bit. And kind of like, then I think that's when Arizona maybe moves out, because that's when they get the King's ransom to come up to get the QB, right? If that happens. But 1 and 2, we feel pretty good that, well, 1, we feel really good about. 2, we 95% know who the pick's going to be. 3 is where the draft, I guess, begins, if you will. Bears are on the clock now. So we have started officially the 2024 NFL draft. It's going to be Caleb Williams. Scott, I know you're not as hardcore tape watching as you used to be, but I know you passively watched some Caleb Williams. What do you think about him and why he's going to be the number 1 pick of the draft?
Yeah, he's a really good player. And I think he's fallen victim a little bit to overanalysis, because he's been considered the number 1 overall pick for so long now that people just had plenty of time to pick him apart. And that's not to say there aren't legitimate concerns with his game, but I mean, I think he's clearly the number 1 quarterback in this draft. And as I think most agree, is one of the better quarterbacks to come along in recent years. So I think the Bears are finally getting it right at the quarterback position, and I think it's a no-brainer for them.
Yeah, no doubt about it. And like I said, they've done a very good job of putting pieces in place for when he gets into the building. Kyle popped up, said ESPN showing that the trade that landed the Bears this pick should make all Panthers fans stop watching football. In hindsight, that does not look like such a good idea. Just to refresh everybody's memory here, this was a trade before the draft last year. Carolina traded up. Chicago had the number 1 pick. Carolina traded up to get this pick, giving up their 1 last year, DJ Moore, and it was like some other picks, and their 1 this year. And obviously, they picked Bryce Young, the quarterback from Alabama last year. Did not have a great rookie season. Not in a good situation either in Carolina, to be honest. But they sucked enough that they got the number 1 pick, and that pick gets transferred over to Chicago now. So it's here we are. Chicago gets the number 1 pick for 2 years in a row. This one they didn't earn, but got it via trade. They also have the 9th pick coming up, which a lot of people expect. Oh, Bubba, they also get a 2nd next year from Carolina. So that gift will keep on giving.
And where would Bryce Young have ranked in this quarterback class? Not even in hindsight after a bad rookie year, but just as a prospect coming out, where would he have been in this class?
He would be, I mean, he was behind CJ Stroud for me last year. I would say he's definitely behind Caleb. It would probably be close for me between him. It would probably be, I would probably have him ahead of Daniels. Maybe it'd be close. I mean, Bryce Young was a good quarterback. Was a really good prospect. I mean, I don't want to sell the guy short. He just was in a bad situation last year, and it just seemed to just snowball for him as the year went on.
Now, not only do they have to deal with, oh man, CJ Stroud looks like this stud that we passed on, but they kind of missed on all these quarterbacks too.
And let's be honest. That 100% makes it worse. Was seeing how great CJ Stroud was as a rookie. Basically, I mean, the Texans were a crap team, and they went to the second round of the playoffs last year because of CJ Stroud. Full stop. So, yeah, that one's got to sting a whole lot. But again, it's fit, it's placement, it's where you land. That's always a big part of it that never gets really discussed. And CJ Stroud had that. So had that landing spot, and it worked out.
And CJ Stroud is why teams keep taking these big swings at the top of the draft, even though it's a high miss rate. But when it works, who does it work? And you're set.
Yep, a high miss rate indeed. We talked about that on the pod a few weeks ago. Something like dating back to the number one pick was the best spot to draft a quarterback in the top 5. Based off hit or miss rate. I still got the little notepad here. It was something like 16 of 21 we had of the number one picks hit with a few to be determines. The number 2 spot, 2 out of 9. That includes your man, Rick Meyer.
Ryan Lee.
The number 3 pick was 2 out of 9. The 4 pick was 2 of 2. And the 5 pick was 2 out of 3. So basically don't draft a quarterback second or third and you're okay.
That's interesting because, you wonder if, obviously they're going after probably another quarterback and they're the clear cut second. So the teams that didn't get the first guy, they're talking themselves into the next option, right?
Right. And there might be something to that. It's like you didn't get your guy. So yeah, it's wild. Tommy brings up the Bears not exactly have a great history of quarterback play. He's not wrong. Have they ever had is it a 4,000 yard passer or 3,000 yard passer or something? I can't remember. I've seen this crazy stat that's like they've never had one or something. It's something along them lines. It's wild. The pick is in, by the way. So we'll all be shocked here in just a second. When Chicago comes, the pick gets announced here by Roger Goodell in just a few minutes.
Good call by Tommy. Jay Cutler might have had 4K.
Maybe. I can't even remember what the stat was now that I think about it. But I'll have to go back and look it up later. So Chicago, like I said, I mentioned, they will be back on the clock at pick 9. A lot of people think, myself included, that that's a prime trade down target because Chicago only has only has 4 picks in this draft. They won't pick again, I believe, until the 4th round. So that 9th pick could be for sale later. Brian Lamb, who will be on later with us, they have not had a 4K quarterback. Eric Kramer, the all-time leading passer single season for the Bears at 38. There's a name I haven't heard. Here's the pick. And I'm shocked. Shocked as everybody. Caleb Williams, quarterback, Southern Cal, is the number 1 pick of the 2024 NFL draft. Bubba said Cowherd today said no one has ever thrown for 4K or 30 touchdowns in a season. In today's NFL, how shocking is that they've never had a quarterback go over 4K and 30 touchdowns?
They just didn't give Rick Meyer long enough leash. He'd got there eventually.
Yeah, there you go. Rick Meyer was the savior of the franchise. Didn't they traded like a first round pick for him?
They gave up real draft capital to get him from the Seahawks.
To get him Seattle. After Seattle realized we messed up, they found a sucker to buy their used car, and I forgot all about that. So here we go. Caleb Williams started at Oklahoma, transferred to Southern Cal when Lincoln Riley left. There you go. Shane is throwing it in right now. Caleb Williams is throwing for 4K as a rookie.
All right.
Everybody write this
down. Get him
down.
a receiver at number 9 to help with that.
Tommy's said 200 yards a game is a 3,400-yard season, and that should be just every week now, right? That should be like minimum what you should be throwing for these days. I mean, that's like bad quarterback numbers. Miranda in the chat says she hates that she adores Caleb so much, but now she has to try to not like him because he's going to Chicago and rival of her Green Bay Packers. Well, you'll see him twice a year now, and it's going to be fun. I mean, the Lions are good again. Chicago trying to get good with Caleb Williams here and some other players to come along the way. Green Bay made the playoffs again last year behind Jordan Love, who I had almost given up on. Former NFL scouts have just collectively booed that pick. I got that reference. I get that joke there from Mr. Lamb. Scott, I don't know if you're into the old how all those jokes are with our former scout for the New York Jets. And he'll tell everybody, says Caleb Williams should have been a 4th round draft pick.
Oh, 4th rounder, my
terrible. Not a leader of men.
And you can see too, like how Caleb Williams would like rub some of those like old school football scouts and old school football people the wrong way, right? He's very much a newer young personality, and that's probably the one question is like, how is he going to fit in Chicago? Just personality wise, if things don't go great right away, but yeah, I'm not surprised that he's not a darling of the scouting community by any stretch.
I am shocked that every single person on the Huddle Report mock draft scoring got the first pick right. Nobody went off the rails after
all downhill from here.
Yep.
So now Washington, I mean, it seemed like that was written in pen a long time ago, but then of course during draft, a silly season, lots of rumors, and everybody and their uncle was linked to the pick and drama with Jaden Daniels, but at the end of the day, was it what everyone thought it was 3 months ago?
I believe so. I think that's what we're going to end up here with is Jaden Daniels. So, I mean, Cliff Kingsbury is now the offense coordinator for the Commanders. Adam Peters comes over from the 49ers to be the general manager. And is it Dan Quinn, right, to be the head coach?
Yep.
So you've got a defensive head coach, but a air raid disciple as your offensive coordinator. It's interesting where they're going to go. I believe it's going to be Jaden Daniels, the pick here for the Commanders. Although the betting line odds shifted as we got closer, a lot of Drake May action came in. And it righted itself back before the draft. But I remember last year, a day before the draft, Will Levis had become the betting favorite to be the number 2 overall pick. He ended up being the 42nd pick in the draft, just to show you how much stock some of those things end up with.
Yeah, I think it's funny too how everyone is comparing Jaden Daniels to Lamar Jackson. Well, it's why did you let Lamar Jackson fall to the last pick of the first round? And he's, I guess maybe they learned their lesson, but it's like
I just don't think they're the same. I don't think
yeah, I
they're the
don't
same
totally agree with
player.
that either. I think Jack Daniels is more polished as a passer than Lamar
Yeah.
was.
And he 50 is
Bigger
it something 50 plus starts as a college quarterback between Arizona State and LSU, and had one of the best collegiate passing seasons or collegiate seasons ever this past year at LSU, winning the Heisman Trophy. Brad says Adam Schefter just said that Jaden Daniels and JJ McCarthy were the ones that the team came away most impressed with. He's
Take
like, they
JJ
can't really consider
chaos.
JJ McCarthy at 2. There's your chaos right there, Scott. If that happens, if that is indeed the pick here, Washington's pick is in.
Can you imagine?
I'm going to have to turn the closed captioning on my TV because I want to know what Ian Rappaport's saying right now. But Kyle wants to know if the Pats are going to trade out of 3. It's very possible. I would not be shocked if that does happen.
I have a theory on that.
They are on the clock right now.
I have a theory on the Pats' decision after we hear what Washington does.
Okay, it is Jaden Daniels, the quarterback from LSU, is the pick here for the Commanders. Your old head coach, Brian Kelly.
My old family.
He found him a new family this year, and he coached the hell out of Jaden Daniels this year, Scott.
Yeah, and the offensive coordinator, Mike Denbrock, who's now at Notre Dame, did a great job with him as well, I will say. But yeah, no question. It was an amazing season for Daniels, and I think Washington did the right thing. There's no point getting cute. And I think this is just one of those lessons too. We talked about how everyone kind of thought this was the way they're going to go 3 months ago. Just think of all the roller coaster rumors and ups and downs for the last 3 months. And at the end of the day, we end up right back where we were. So I think there's, lessons in that every year to, take everything from January through April with a little bit of a grain of salt. But now things get interesting with the Patriots, obviously. And ultimately, I think they're going to stay at 3 and take a quarterback, whether it be Drake May or maybe JJ McCarthy, but probably Drake May.
Yep.
And the reason I say that is just because it sounds like the ownership and the Crafts have gotten involved in the process quite a bit. And what have they just gone through the last few years? Life without a good quarterback. And they don't want another 3 years of that. So I think when push comes to shove here, they're going to take the best quarterback that they like and not trade out. Now
Bubba also said, does it scare us that Daniel said he wants to be the best running quarterback of all time? He can say that all he wants, but like Mike Tyson once famously said, everybody's got a plan until they get punched in the mouth. And once you run the ball enough in the NFL and you get punched in the mouth a few times, he'll figure out a different path or he won't last, right? I mean, that's just the way it is. I mean, you ain't out here running read option too much in the NFL.
And those NFL linebackers, the defensive line, run a little faster and hit a little harder too, as he'll find out.
Yep. They do that. Tommy said it didn't hurt that he had Malik Neighbors and Brian Thomas Jr. No, but I will never hold a quarterback having good wide receivers against him. I'm sorry. I mean, Joe Burrow had three top 45 draft picks at wide receiver on his team, and he's just fine. Same thing with CJ Stroud. I mean, how many NFL receivers were on that he threw to? at Ohio State. Same thing with Tua Tagovailoa in Miami. I mean, he had the 4x100 Alabama relay team out there to throw to, and he's okay. I don't hold that against him. Has any other team had a quarterback and 2 wide receivers go in the first round? I mean, in the same draft, I don't know, but I mean, I just mentioned Joe Burrow and LSU. It was separate drafts that Chase and Jefferson went in the first round. But I know they did. I'm going to assume yes, but I don't know. I assume yes that it has happened.
Did it happen a year? Like I'm trying to think. Tua's year. Did he have a couple of receivers with him that year? It's got to be in there somewhere.
Patriots pick is in. They did not trade. They got this baby in. So they hurried this baby in. You think it's a quarterback? Which quarterback is it then? Is becomes the big question, right?
I think it's Drake May. This is another one. Don't overthink it. Drake May has been really highly thought of for a long time. It's gonna be Drake May, I think.
I did have Drake May to New England in my final mock, so we'll see if that is indeed the case here for the Patriots as we wait on their pick to come in. New head coach Gerard Mayo replaces Bill Belichick, who is doing the Pat McAfee show tonight. That's kind of out there, right? But is it Elliot Wolf is the de facto general manager there. So we'll see as we wait on the pick to come across. 13.9 points per game last year. That was dead last, tied with the Panthers.
And it
not ideal, right?
It looked it too. Now I don't know who his quarterback's going to throw to.
Kyle speculating it's JJ McCarthy as they try to get another Michigan quarterback in there to lead the way. Yeah, it's probably not the way to go. Shane came around on JJ McCarthy. I did not, as I have him as QB6 in this draft class and 60th on my board.
I definitely understand the concerns, but I think there's enough there to justify taking a swing in the top half of the first round. And then when you're talking 6, 12, I mean, it's negligible. If he turns into a good quarterback, it was a good pick.
I mean, that's really any draft class, right? At this point, you could stink on 6 other picks, but if you hit the quarterback, you're okay.
Indeed. And that's why I think Penix is going to go top half of the first
round. It is Drake May, the quarterback from North Carolina, is the 3rd overall pick of the draft to the New England Patriots. You said don't overthink it, Scott. They did not.
Yeah, I mean, and the thing with Drake May that keeps standing out to me, and I'm not comparing him to these guys, but situation when they were coming out of college reminds me a little bit of like Justin Herbert and Josh Allen, in that they'd have these flashes, right? These stretches of brilliance, but then there'd be some head scratching plays too. And you just wondering, can they consistently do it? Can they put it all together? And in both of those cases, they weren't always playing with the most talented supporting cast in Josh Allen's case. So, that's what I kind of think of with Drake May, because he's tooled up, right? He can really spin the ball. He's got all the physical tools you want. He's a good athlete by all accounts. He passes all the intangibles tests. So all the pieces are there to put together and mold. So, and at one point there was talk, is he the number 1 pick or is Caleb Williams the number 1 pick? Now that was year and a half ago, but still at one point he's been in this top of the draft conversation for a very long time.
Yep. And I remember his first game as a starter, because it came against the University of South Carolina. So I was watching, and didn't go so well for the old Gamecocks, his first game out. But then again, not a whole lot does seem to go well for the old Gamecocks as it stands. But that being said, Drake May, his production maybe dipped a little bit this year as he lost a lot of weapons to the NFL. They had Tez Walker as the big guy this year, but hell, he was suspended for,
I was going to say, if they had him all
for
year,
like 3 or 4 games because of NCAA stupidity. So we'll see now. Arizona on the clock. Do they trade out? Does Monte Ossenfort work the room like he did last year, or does he just stay here and draft the next Cardinals Larry Fitzgerald?
I think it's similar to last year. I think the only way they trade down is if they know they get enough ammo that they can come back up to 5 or 6 or whatever and still get one of those top wide receivers. Maybe not Harrison, but Neighbors. But barring that, I think they're going to just stay there and take probably Harrison, maybe Neighbors. But I don't know. I don't have a high degree of confidence, but I tend to think they're going to stay.
Yeah.
What do you think?
I agree. I think this should be a slam dunk run the card up pick here if I was Arizona. But like I said, they're probably going to take all the time in the world trying to see if they can get a great deal to see if we do get a trade up here at this pick, then in all likelihood, we are going to see for the first time in NFL draft history, quarterbacks go 1 through 4 if we get a trade up.
So do we have time to talk a little bit about who could trade up here and what's happening? So Arizona obviously doesn't need a quarterback. Who else is going to be bidding on that?
The Giants at 6.
Are the Giants, though? That was the first thing I was going to ask. Are the Giants really that motivated to get another quarterback and replace Daniel Jones?
Should be.
They should be. I agree, but
but whether they are or not, beyond that, then I think I would say Tennessee, no. Atlanta, no. The Bears, obviously, no. The Jets, no. Minnesota at 11 has 11 and 23. The Broncos at 12.
And Raiders.
I would say the Raiders at 13, but they seem to have only been wanting to move up if it was Jaden Daniels. And then
and Minnesota can easily outbid either the Raiders
anybody.
Or Broncos.
The pick is in, so we're not getting a trade, which means we're not getting quarterbacks 1, 2, 3, 4. I know Shane's over here sweating because he said we would not see the 4 quarterbacks drafted in the top 9 because that hasn't happened in the modern draft era.
It's happened in the next pick. My prediction.
I hope so too. and if they're doing it, I hope it's with Minnesota. Just saying, I would like to have my mock draft go all the way perfect here. But yeah, so with this pick in, I would be floored here if it's anybody but Marvin Harrison Jr. I will throw in, by the way, the Saints as another team that could be, if they were going to trade up for a quarterback, would be there as well. I don't think they will for J.J. McCarthy.
I remember the year, though, everyone thought for sure the Colts were taking Ricky Williams at 4, and instead they took Edgerrin James. Could they take – everyone thinks they're taking Marvin. Could they take Neighbors? Could they take Romaduze?
Man, that would be – and you're right, because that was a thing that happened.
Oh, yeah.
In 1999, and we'll talk about that.
Pretty much till the Colts were on the clock.
Yeah, we'll talk about more after this pick. There we go. It is Marvin Harrison Jr., the wide receiver from Ohio State, is the 4th overall pick. Quickly, let's history lesson some guys in 1999. Edgerrin James goes 4 to the Colts. The Heisman Trophy winner and perceived best running back in the draft, Ricky Williams, goes 5 to the Saints, who basically tried to trade their entire draft and more to everybody who would listen. And finally, somebody did. Famously, the Bengals turned it down and stayed and got Achilles Smith and set the franchise back for a decade, right? Until they drafted Carson Palmer 6 years later. But Marvin Harrison Jr., he's got to be one of the best wide receivers prospects to enter the draft in some time, right?
Yeah, I mean, you hear, I mean, Calvin Johnson, AJ Green, Larry Fitzgerald, all those top names over the years. I kind of wish he had done some of the pre-draft testing just so we could kind of get some numbers on him to see where he kind of stacks in there. But I mean, what can you say about Marvin Harrison? He's probably the one player in this draft that nobody can really pick apart, right? Everybody thinks Marvin Harrison is going to be terrific, and I remember watching the draft in 1996 and Mel Kiper having fits that Marvin Harrison was still available in the middle of the first round, and the Colts wound up with them and great career. So, and his kid's bigger, faster, stronger. He's a specimen. So it's like he was born to play wide receiver in the NFL. I think it's I mean, if you're going to stick with Kyler Murray and you have so much riding on him, you might as well give him the weapons and the tools to be successful and really find out.
Kyler Murray is indeed smiling right now out in the desert as he watches the 2024 NFL draft. Marvin Harrison Jr., wide receiver, Ohio State, is picked 4. Scott, you've been at this. Me and you have been at this a long time. I said in the Discord earlier, I have not missed a televised pick of the NFL draft dating back to 1990. That was the first year I watched it. I passively scouted until I started passively did this until I started Deep Fried Draft in 2012. But I remember, like you, Marvin Harrison Jr. watching that, or Marvin Harrison Sr. watching that draft. How old does it make you feel to start seeing all these guys, kids, get drafted like this?
It's crazy. I mean, I remember scouting Kevin O'Connell. Now he's a head coach. You mentioned Achilles Smith. I think I heard somewhere his kid's like a top recruit.
Chris Henry Jr.
Yeah,
is the number 1 overall recruit in the 2025 high school class.
What a talent he was. Rest in peace. So now Los Angeles, the Chargers. This is where I think the Chargers are going to dump out of here they're not going to want, unlike the Patriots or the Cardinals who wanted the King's ransom. I think the Chargers will take, bare minimum, So I think this is the spot where there's a trade.
If Minnesota is indeed the team that was to move up here, do they have to give up 11 and 23, or can they get up here with just giving up 11 and some other stuff?
I think it comes down to the conversation we had earlier. It's like, who are they legitimately bidding against? I mean, the only one who I think could really threaten is the Giants, because I mean, the Vikings can offer 2 first-round picks right now. The Raiders and Broncos cannot do that. So, I mean, they can easily outbid those two if they have to, but it's kind of a game of poker where they're probably sitting back and they're probably trying to work their sources too and figure out who they're playing cards against. So I would think that I would not be shocked if the Chargers just said, yeah, give us 11 and 23 and we'll give you 5. Let's go. Because I don't think the Vikings acquired 23 just to use it. That would be odd. Of all my years watching the draft, I've never seen a team acquire a pick that far ahead of time without plans for it. Just like, oh, we like this draft. Let's get another at 23. I don't think that's usually the case. That was part of a bigger plan, in my opinion.
I will say that we actually have a recent example of a team doing just that. And that was our good guy that we like to pick on a lot here, Saints general manager Mickey Loomis, made the trade with the Eagles and got the second first-round pick a few years ago, and ended up drafting Trevor Penning and who was the other one they got? He can't hear me. I can't remember who the other guy was they drafted in the first round, but it was Trevor Penning and somebody else. And
it's not unheard of, but it is pretty rare. I mean,
it doesn't seem like it would make sense, right?
As soon as I heard about that trade for the 23, there was no doubt in my mind, oh, that's ammunition for moving up for a quarterback. We'll see, though.
We will indeed see.
If the Chargers stay, I still think offensive line. I think alt.
Ian Rappaport is reporting that the Chargers are staying. They're not moving out.
All right, now.
So now we're not getting JJ McCarthy here.
Yeah, no.
So I don't think
line or wide receiver, right?
It has to be right. And weirdly, and the two main NFL Network last mock drafts, Daniel Jeremiah and Peter Schrager, both had the Chargers taking Alabama offensive tackle J.C. Latham.
I mean, that
pick
fits
5.
the style perspective, right? Big
style
physical,
perspective, absolutely.
Yeah.
Does it feel a little rich for 5?
That's why I kind of thought trade down. He looks pretty good at level 11.
I agree. But I guess go get your guy, right? So if he's your guy, you go get him. Kyle said, anyone think that Harbaugh pitched trading Herbert and drafting JJ? That's the kind of chaos. I mean, he can't.
No.
It would be a $230 million cap hit.
And I don't care how much Jim Harbaugh likes JJ McCarthy. He's a smart enough football man to know how good Justin
they couldn't operate a football team for 2 years.
He took
if they traded
Herbert.
Justin Herbert. Yeah, exactly. He took the job because of Justin Herbert. They do have a lot of hope. Maybe they move off of or I don't know. I thought they would move because they have a lot of they're going to have a lot of cap issues here coming up with guys or have to replace a lot of guys.
And maybe the Vikings just called their bluff. Say, hey, we don't need to give 2 first-round picks, or any of these teams say we don't think we're bidding against anybody, because there's a stretch coming up here. If the Giants don't take a quarterback, then Titans no, Falcons no, Bears no.
If they don't, Shane P. Hallam's going to be jumping up and down over here because he's going to be right. And then, like you said, what happened? Maybe the Vikings sit there at 11 and McCarthy just falls right in their lap.
And I still wouldn't be surprised to see the Vikings. Maybe they give up something less than the 2 first and just jockey a little bit just to make one of those teams doesn't leapfrog them, or maybe one of those teams does leapfrog. It's a lot cheaper to go from 12 or 13 to 9 than it is 5 or 10. So
yep, you start bringing Denver and those guys into play. The further
they couldn't.
You don't think Minnesota would make the trade with? I mean, they wouldn't make a trade with Chicago at 9. I don't think Minnesota would.
No.
Because you'd have to pay the division tax then, right? So
maybe Chicago wants to make a deal with the Broncos or Raiders to keep them out of their division.
So new general manager, new head coach. Who do we think Harbaugh's in charge here, or is the GM running this show?
I think ultimately Harbaugh. If it came down to it, Harbaugh would get his way. I don't know if it would ever get to that point, probably, but.
We mentioned J.C. Latham, wide receiver definitely could be in play here. They drafted wide receiver in the first round last year with Quentin Johnson, a guy I don't want to give up on after one season, but man, he was rough as a rookie last year. He was my wide receiver 1 in last year's class, but man, it ain't looking so hot after that first campaign there for him. Could it be Malik Neighbors here for the Chargers? Maybe Rome Odunze. I had mocked Rome Odunze here in the past over Malik Neighbors. So the pick is in. We're going to find out here shortly who it is indeed going to be.
I just kept coming back to Harbaugh stylistically. This is his first big asset, his first big move. Is he going to go for a wide receiver over a big ugly in the offensive lineman? Even the receivers he had in Michigan, it's not like they had superstar receivers because they didn't need them. They didn't utilize them for what he wants to do.
Pick is in. Joe Alt, the offensive tackle from Notre Dame. Scott,
go. Irish. Go Irish. Just a terrific player. And, he's one of those guys, I would almost put him in that class in terms of Notre Dame prospects as a Jalen Smith, a Quentin Nelson, one of those players that you just knew right away that, okay, this guy's going to be a very high NFL draft pick. He was just kind of on a different level. And ironically enough, as a recruit, he was kind of an undersized. They thought, he's going to redshirt. He's coming into a very talented offensive line room. He's going to redshirt. But he was just too good to keep off the field ultimately. And just a terrific left tackle, right tackle. You can play him either side you need to. So I think he's a plug and play starting offensive tackle for the next decade. And it just fits Jim Harbaugh's DNA, right? It's an offensive lineman because they're going to run the ball. They're going to do play action. And there's a lot of good receivers. They'll get a wide receiver later on or in round 2, round 3. There's going to be receivers all throughout. And he showed at Michigan he doesn't need Marvin Harrison Jr., Malik Neighbors to win football games. That's not what they're trying to do.
Boy, is this a big kick in the nuts for the Titans at pick 7, because that was like the spot that everybody just believed that Joe Alt was going to go. But trade I mean, the Chargers did a good job of hiding this one, right? With Joe Alt, and he's the best offensive tackle, the top offensive tackle in this class. What an athlete, right? Believe his RAS was
something stupid. Take it for whatever it's worth, but like Joe Alt, his family's from Minnesota, and I have a buddy who knows someone in his family, and we were kind of talking about it because he had dinner with them, and I said about the Chargers, and they said they're not even talking to him, or they didn't think the Chargers were even in play themselves. Now I don't know if that's true or not, but that might be one of those situations where the team did like him and they just played coy.
Tommy says, what does this mean, or what's going on with Rashawn Slater? I think he's versatile enough that either they're going to try to get the best five on the field and Rashawn Slater goes over to the right side where Trey Pipkins is currently operating, or maybe he kicks inside the guard, which is where a lot of people thought he could end up when he came out of Northwestern. So we'll see how that goes.
It just makes total sense, though, that a former quarterback uses his first pick on a stud offensive lineman, right? Nobody knows how important that is more than Jim Harbaugh. You're
not wrong, but what an athlete. Let's look at Joe Alt's measurables here. 6'8.5", 321, 34.25-inch arms, 9'4" broad jump, 20-yard, 20 shuttle, 4.51, 7.313 cone. Tested as a 99.1% athlete dating back to 1987 per RAS. Ridiculous, right?
That's impressive. I just noticed some too. Did you see what's over my left shoulder here? It's the Four Horsemen.
Well, there you go. Notre Dame always. The Giants pick is in.
What are we thinking? Wide receiver, McCarthy? I guess they get to put their money where their mouth is on this quarterback question, maybe.
Right. We're going to get that answer, right? I had a mocked Malik Neighbors here.
Neighbors.
They do need a receiver is a need here. Do they replace Daniel Jones, who I thought was overdrafted when he was – I had a day 3 grade on Daniel Jones. When he came out, I feel like I ended up being right, despite the fact he got another contract for some reason. Now, the flip side of that, I also had a day 3 grade on Josh Allen, and that kind of worked out the other way. But with the Giants here, looked like they the first year under the Dayball regime there, they looked like they were hot stuff, and then kind of tailed off a little bit, right?
And that's why I just don't think they're in position to start over at quarterback now. They're kind of pot committed to a certain degree with Daniel Jones, and I think their best chance is to give him some weapons and try to get the most out of him and do what he did a year before, in the contract year.
Tommy believes it's going to be a wide receiver. Goodell's walking to the podium now, so we're going to find out here right shortly. It is Malik Neighbors, the wide receiver from LSU, is the 6th pick to the Giants. 3 points for Brian on that one. There's Scott. And Malik Neighbors, what do you like about him, Scott, and what you saw this year?
I mean, just a special athlete, just a true playmaker. Correct me if I'm wrong, but you hear comparisons like Deebo Samuel, that type of player, and that's a type of weapon that every team would love to have in today's NFL. So and talk about pedigree too, right? I mean, certain programs have a knack for producing talent at certain positions, and when it comes to LSU, I mean, start the list with Justin Jefferson, Jamar Chase, and you can go on. So I think you know what you're getting with him, and in most drafts, he would have been the first receiver off the board, right?
In most drafts, yes, you will probably be correct. Not when Marvin Harrison Jr. was in the same draft class, but 6 foot, 199, 4.41 in the 42-inch vertical for Malik Neighbors with a 10'9" broad jump, tested as a 96.4% athlete per RAS. So yeah, you're getting the athlete here. He was number 3 on Shane's board, number 5 on mine, number 3 on Paul's board. So LSU wide receivers, you mentioned, we scout the player, not the helmet there, Scott, but Malik Neighbors certainly lives up to that LSU pedigree.
Yeah, for sure. And the other guy too, that Brian Thomas, I think we're going to see him in the first round too here at some point. So
I think so. I believe you to be correct on that. So that puts the Tennessee Titans on the clock now.
what is plan B? If assuming offensive line, maybe another offensive lineman, I guess plan B there, or do they go for the best pass rusher, best edge pass rusher? What do you think?
I could definitely see this could be the first spot with the edge, or they could go to the number 2 offensive tackle. We know offensive tackle. I mean, we could be staring at a record number of offensive linemen coming off the board tonight, and that's if the pundits are to be believed here. So that is.
Would you say there is a consensus number two offensive tackle though?
I do not.
See, that's
there is a consensus
lies,
number 2 offensive tackle.
One's number 2 might be another's number 4, and if that's the case, you don't have to take him at 7.
That's fair. That's fair. So maybe they are on the phones right now with a JJ McCarthy needy team. Tommy says, could they go with McCarthy since Will Levis and Rudolph are 1 and 2? I don't think so. I believe they're going to roll with Will Levis this year. I believe that was partially the reason why they hired Brian Callahan, was to kind of mentor and bring along Will Levis. In theory, that's what you. I was no big fan of Will Levis by any means. Brian is pulling for Byron Murphy, the defensive tackle from Texas here. Well, that'd be fun. Him and Jeffrey Simmons side by side, right?
We haven't had a real big curveball yet. We haven't had a Tyson Alualu at number 10 overall or anything like that.
Oh, there's a name I haven't heard in some time.
The guy's stuck in the league for a decade, though. Just went 20 picks too early.
Currently in the Huddle Report scoring, 7 people have perfect mocks through 6 picks. So, including 2 from the Huddle Report. Just the fix may be in. No, I would never disparage those guys that do great work.
Yes, they do.
So we wait now for the the Titans to come on the clock here.
And I have to imagine they knew this was a possibility, right? I mean, it's not a shock that Jim Harbaugh took a great offensive lineman. So, I mean, I have to imagine they game planned and war gamed out plan B and C here.
The Titans pick is in as we wait for the commish.
All right. Who you think? I'm going to go with Dallas Turner here. I'm going to say they go with Dallas Turner.
Scott's going with the pass rusher. I actually know who the pick is, so I'm going to wait. No,
I take it wasn't Dallas Turner.
No spoilers tonight. Well, the draft has decided to go for commercial, so everybody's going to have to wait that's not following certain people on Twitter.
I learned to just I couldn't. I like to be surprised, so I just turned social media off during the draft now. Which is a bummer too, because I would love to have that interaction and see how the fan bases are reacting and stuff too. But it's not worth losing the enjoyment of my childhood of hearing the picks and being surprised.
Scott, I'm gonna tell you, I at one point felt maybe the same way you did, and then now I'm just like, give me. I want to know.
Like 1 year was probably about 10 years ago now. My buddy was getting the picks from the NFL feed, so he was getting way ahead of time, and he was spoiling for me something vicious. And I was like, I'm blocking your number right now. You're done. That's the only way you can get blocked by me, I think.
Tommy thinks maybe a corner.
I mean, cornerbacks do have a tendency to get pushed up a little bit, right? Is this too early for Quinion Mitchell?
I don't man, Quinion Mitchell's good.
Yeah.
Man, he was such a stud at the Senior Bowl. Terran Arnold's another name that's gotten some hay here.
Here again, you have to take him at 7 though. It's like I don't know if you're getting value if you're taking
the pick is in here. Like
Turner's the only way you're getting value for the pick. Otherwise, you're reaching for the next. or reaching
Depends
out.
on what, like I said, maybe it is the offensive tackle. Maybe they go with the wide receiver. Maybe this is Rome Odunze.
Giving up on the kid from Arkansas, Traylon Burks.
Who is controlling the draft countdown account here? I don't know who this is. It's not me.
Ghost in the system.
Who is that masked man? That's the commenting for draft countdown here. Brad, is that you? You silly goose over there. Tommy says it would be a lot of money at that position, but it is a passing league. Yes, that's correct. They signed Calvin Ridley, correct?
Yeah, took a lot of money.
Yeah. And they also have DeAndre Hopkins. Bubba says new offensive coach, unproven quarterback. I say it's offensive tackle. That's very fair. Scott, who is your cable provider these days? Or your television provider, I should say.
You know what? I finally cut the cord for the first time. I finally
who are you using now?
I just DirecTV. I just got the pass to stream now for the weekend, but yeah.
I switched over to YouTube TV myself.
Yeah.
I cut DirecTV off. I hated it. I felt like it was a part of me dying, as old man.
I don't miss it though at all.
I don't either.
Yeah.
As crazy as it sounds, I haven't had any issues that I thought I would have with YouTube TV. All right, so Goodell finally strolling to the podium here. Must walk past our sponsors sign there. We don't want to offend those guys. And it is J.C. Latham, the offensive tackle from Alabama. He is a road grader, Scott. Massive guy. Great pass blocker this year, as well as a run guy, 6'5", 342.
Yeah, I mean, he's a terrific player, no question. And, that's a great way to support the young quarterback. You got these weapons for him to throw to, give him time to get the ball through him. But like I said, my just question is value-wise, was he that much better than, who was going to take him? How many spots could he have gone between here and half a dozen spots later? Could they have moved down and gotten, if not him, maybe a similar talent? So I guess that would be my only concern with the pick is, did they miss out on Alt, who was the clear-cut top guy, and then just, plan B rather than work the board a little bit and maximize the value of that pick?
All right, so case in point, Miranda says he was standing by a car on the red carpet and looked like he was going to lift it with one hand. So Scott, this is before we let you go. The rankings here from the draft countdown crew, top the big boards. I had Latham as the 20th overall player. Shane had him as the 19th, and Paul had him as the 18th. He goes at the 7th pick. Like you said, I think everybody outside of Joe Alt being at the top, this was everybody had probably a different OT2, right? And then so you mentioned, well, why not go back and get him? Well, he's your guy. You don't want to lose him. That's why you do it, right?
Yeah, that's very possible that they said, okay, they might have him rated. They might have him rated as the number 1 offensive tackle. Who knows? We know how that goes. Every team.
They're gonna say that.
They can't believe he was available.
No doubt about it.
They're shocked. Best player.
Shocked he was there. Couldn't believe it.
Guy they wanted all along. But yeah, I just think like I said, I haven't watched him as in depth, but I just know there's 4 or 5 other offensive tackles that are going to go here in the next dozen picks, and I bet one of them will be close as good as J.C. Latham.
So here's the most important thing here before I let you go. If J.J. McCarthy is not the pick at pick 8, one Shane P. Hallam is going to be right. And, it's not like he's not going to be on the podcast tooting that horn when we get on here reviewing the draft on Wednesday.
I'm still rooting for the Broncos or Raiders to jump up to 9 and grab him just right when he thinks he's going to win.
So, Scott, man, I appreciate you coming in here tonight, and always good seeing you, buddy. And hope you stay on, watch along the rest of the night.
Oh, I'm gonna, man. I appreciate you guys. You do a terrific job. You guys, I'm gonna get my draft fix all weekend with you. I'm not even gonna watch the TV. I'm gonna watch it with you guys because you guys actually talk about the players, and that's what I'm all about. So everybody enjoy the draft. It's gonna be a wild time here. I'm gonna hear all my friends yelling from the Twin Cities 2 miles away here, regardless of what happens in a couple picks. So I'm excited for it. Enjoy the draft, everyone.
Appreciate it, Scott. That was Scott Wright, the OG here at Draft Countdown, man in the first hour. But now we get the new G, if you will, Brad Menendez, my man.
Mr. Ghost in the system. What is happening?
That's right. I love it.
So how on earth are you drafting your right tackle of the future at that pick? I mean, wow. That seems almost like they couldn't trade out of the pick, so they just went, okay, what are we going to do? Because I think he played exclusively on the right side at Alabama, didn't he?
I got to tell you, though, I don't think there is much of a value difference in the NFL these days between a left tackle and a right tackle anymore because teams are moving. I don't think so. I mean, look at Cleveland. Look at how many times they line up Myles Garrett over the right tackle. I mean, these teams they're wise to it. Atlanta's pick is in, by the way. So we will not be getting a trade, which means this will not be a quarterback, which means we will not get 4 quarterbacks drafted in the top 8 for the first time in the modern draft era. So congratulations, Shane P. Hallam.
I'm actually really surprised that we didn't see somebody trade up. I mean, I really thought one of these last couple picks would have been traded, and it'll be interesting to see what the Falcons do here. Will my prediction 2 weeks ago that was looking crazy?
This is about to. This is about to go.
Bubba's got his faith in the team.
Absolutely, this is about to go absolutely off the walls, and we're going to talk about why here as soon as Roger Goodell comes across the screen. Bubba, oh man,
you may be prophesying, my friend.
This is going to be fun. Chaos has started. Chaos has started in the 2024 NFL draft.
Putting Kirk Cousins on notice already.
The Atlanta Falcons.
Shane was still right.
No, Shane is wrong. Michael Penix Jr., the quarterback from Washington, is the pick for the Atlanta Falcons at pick 8, and they just gave Kirk Cousins $100 million.
I mean, they do realize that Michael Penix is almost as old as Kirk Cousins, right? Like you're gonna have to decide who you're gonna start. Holy cow, that is fantastic. I mean,
did not see that coming.
I mean, that's a curveball you did. I mean, why don't you trade back at that point? Because you could have gotten him a whole lot later, I would have expected.
Man.
I mean, I didn't see JJ as a top 15. I definitely didn't see Michael Penix as a top 15.
Scott's like, the chaos starts right as soon as I leave. Bubba is begging Arthur Blank to sell the team.
You mean you haven't ordered your Penix jersey yet? Come on, Bubba.
I'm trying to make this make sense. I want to make it make sense here. Obviously, that bet on the under 4.5 quarterbacks is trash now because McCarthy is almost assuredly going.
I mean, at this point, I mean, could we say Bo Nix is probably going in the first 2 if Penix went? I mean,
it certainly appears to be the case. I am just flabbergasted here, and I'm not saying I don't like Michael Penix as a player because I think he's really good. But you mentioned the age. He's going to be a 24-year-old rookie that probably isn't going to start as a rookie.
I mean, does he see the field for 3 years? Because how long's Kirk's deal?
I don't know. Somebody's going to have to come up with this contract details and see when Atlanta can get out of
right now. Check out Spot
see
Track.
What the option here.
Shane's rolling over on his Twitter, realizing that he didn't.
Scott said that's not how Shane thought this was going to go. No, it is not.
I mean, when you think about, so the offensive line isn't bad. They've got plenty of weapons. I mean, if these weapons can develop with Kirk and they can get Penix up to speed in this offense in a year or two and let him get in there, I mean, you need a defensive help, but I mean, at least, you've got your transition plan for quarterback over the next decade, but potentially as long as Penix's, knees can stay healthy.
Zach Barrett in the chat says this is the Green Bay model, but with an early first-round pick instead of late. Maybe
when you have other needs that almost seem more pressing, it's hard to rationalize it at that point.
Bubba said, looking at the contract, looks like it's a 2-year deal with some outs for Atlanta. I'd definitely say them outs. It's looking very outy right now. I can tell you that. Wow. Miranda thinks Knicks to Denver now confirmed.
I mean, Minnesota gets JJ in a couple picks, and then and then what is this? Roma Dunze will fall to the Bears here at 9. I mean, could that be the perfect draft for the Bears already?
Yeah, their pick is in, so they're not trading out. Roma Dunze to go with Keenan Allen and DJ Moore and Cole Kmet. You have set.
That's
and you got Darnell Wright at right tackle, Braxton Jones, who's been solid at left tackle. You're good up the middle. You could set Caleb Williams up with a lot of success as a rookie. Shane said it earlier. He's calling it 4K passing for Caleb as a rook. So,
I mean, the division's not easy, but what do you need per game? 250, 300 yards. I mean, something like that. It's doable.
Goodell walking to the stage now with the pick for the Bears. I did not have Michael Penix in the first round. It is
I did not either.
Yeah, it is Roma Dunze, the wide receiver from Washington, is the pick here. I could hear people arguing or making the argument that Dunze was on some boards over Malik Neighbors. So,
I mean, depending on the type of receiver you need, right? I mean, that kind of plays into what kind of receiver you're looking for. I mean, Odunze's pretty big. Definitely has the athletic profile, but maybe not the top end speed that Malik might have. But, I guess it just depends on what flavor of receiver you're looking for. I mean, Dunze's a little more physical, I think, than them Neighbors for sure. But, could he be your Keenan Allen successor in a year or two? Easily.
Yeah, no doubt about it. And you mentioned that's a great point. I mean, you get taught the nuances of the NFL by Keenan Allen.
One of the best to do it. Probably one of the most underrated receivers over the last 15, 20 years. I mean, people just don't talk about how good he is.
Zach Barrett said if Justin had these pass catchers, he'd still be there. That's sad. Bubba's in a bad spot, man. Somebody get this guy some help or some booze or Miranda or help
She's
this
buying
guy
around
out with a round or something. He's in a bad spot here. But he said they just won't take boring players, and it also shows the new coach has zero power. You are probably right. Tommy's like, are the Bears on their way? You're an NFC North guy, Brad.
Okay, so you've assembled on paper what looks to be a nice squad. You've got good defense.
The Jets are traded out.
Oh, there you go.
Minnesota's coming up one spot.
Why would you one spot? Are we really going to trade up one spot?
Somebody else from coming up one spot. That's exactly why you do it. You're not going to give up a whole lot here, right? You're going to give up the 11th pick.
Unless you're the Bears and 49ers all those years back in the Mitch Trubisky trade.
Yeah.
I mean, I won't bring that up now that we're having fun talking about what could be a good Bears squad, but yeah, I mean, the Bears on paper look like they should be in a much better position this year than last, but the NFC North is much better. I mean,
all right, the details of the trade from our good buddy Eric Edholm, who has the deets here. The Jets will get 11. They will get the 4th round pick from Minnesota, which is pick 129, and they will get a 5th round pick 157. The Vikings will get pick 10, and they will get a 6th round pick 203. So they'll swap 5 and 6s. They give up a 4 to go up one spot. And this is fairly academic here, right? Who this pick's going to be.
I mean, they're not going to go to the Falcon School of Drafting, but I'm sure we can guess here who it's going to be.
Yeah. Scott says the Vikings played this beautifully, and he's right. Obviously, in all talks was JJ McCarthy was their guy, right? And they're now going to get him at pick 10 instead of having to go up into the top 5 or even top 3 to do it. 5 quarterbacks in the top 10. I believe that may be a modern draft record. I would assume so. I know we've had 5 in the top 12. That happened.
Yeah, I think you're right. Yeah, I think you're right. I don't think we've seen 5 in the top 10. And commercials.
Well, why not? So let's talk about the Brad. I obviously am sour on JJ McCarthy as a quarterback prospect. You may not be as sour. So explain to the people what the Vikings are getting here with JJ McCarthy.
I mean, you know, the arm talent is what's most evident when you look at the tape. Now, obviously, we've talked about it time and time again. Michigan didn't ask JJ to have to do a ton throughout the season, right? They leaned on the run game. They leaned on a good defense. There were times where you saw JJ have to make plays, and he made plays, whether it was with his feet or with his arm. Wasn't perfect. It wasn't always pretty, but, you know, you can see that deep ball accuracy on display. And if Vikings really are getting him, that's perfect for what they have. Justin Jefferson is unstoppable. So if JJ can get him that ball deep with a decent amount of accuracy, which we've seen him do at Michigan, this could be a really nice fit. You know, some of these quarterbacks just need the right system, and JJ going to Kevin O'Connell's system could very well be what they need. He can do enough to move around and make that pocket, move all over the place, and make some off-script type decisions with the ball. Great. The short area passing, he can do okay. Deep stuff, great. Move around. I mean, this is what you're looking for in a quarterback. This is what they wanted out of Kirk Cousins, but obviously he just wasn't that mobile. So I think he's gonna take his lumps because this is a bigger stage, and he's going to be expected to be a much bigger part of that offense. I mean, you know, Corum just was on fire last year, and you didn't need JJ to be anything more than what he was. So I'm not, like I said, I was not a top 15 JJ guy going into the draft, and I'm a Michigan homer. So, you know, I still think that the talent's there, but it's a better spot for them taking him at 10 than the, you know, top 5.
Albert Breer confirms that this is the first time that we've had 5 quarterbacks drafted in the top 10. He also confirms this is the first time we've never had a defensive player taking the top 10. We went all offense 1 through 10 and didn't even realize it.
Ooh.
Well, unofficially, we haven't actually heard JJ McCarthy announce here, but yeah.
I mean, they keep showing videos of him on ESPN, so I'm fairly confident. And that's the crazy thing, because this draft, the defensive side of the ball has got a lot of talent. So it is crazy when you think about it.
Yeah. I mean, I think the over-under on offensive players in the first round was 19.5.
They might break that.
We're on pace for 32. So it's gotten real interesting here in the last 20 minutes. That's for sure.
And I said in the chat, start the night, I wish we'd trade out of this pick, 29, the Lions. But with the way this board has fallen, I'm like, well, maybe you can jump into the teens and get, you know, Quinion or Terrion. And, not have to give up a ton. I mean, I would do it in a heartbeat.
They would almost be competing with the Eagles, as a team we've heard often talking about trading up to get the corner.
Mm-hmm.
So we'll see. Jets will be on the clock actually, they're on the clock now.
Picks in. We just haven't seen commish yet.
Yep. So like I said, the Jets are on the clock. We'll start talking about what we think the Jets are looking at here as soon as, we get the official announcement of JJ McCarthy to the Vikings. The Jets only have 4.5 minutes left to make their selection. So are they working the phones again? Maybe they're trying to pick up some more. The board fell. The board's kind of fell for the Jets here, right? With what their needs are. And
if somebody wanted to come up to get one of those top edge rushers, nobody thought of Turner or maybe Leatu sitting here. People might pay up to go that far.
so they're announcing, I believe, you got a military family on the stage right now.
Mm-hmm.
Bubba's still not handling it well. Apparently woke up his poor cat. That's sad.
It'll be all right, Bubba. You're in the NFC South, so.
Take that as solace, what Brad just said. You're in the worst division in football. The Atlanta Falcons are. No offense to the New Orleans Saints fan that's sitting beside me in my office right now, but it's a bad division, man. And
there we have it.
JJ McCarthy, officially the 10th pick of the draft, heading to the Minnesota Vikings, where, like I said, I think I get credit for that. I didn't have him mocked there at 10, but I had him at 5, so I'm taking the 3 points.
I'm about to say, I think I had Minnesota in my final mock. I think I had Minnesota trade into the top 5 to get him. So.
It always
and the Jets pick's already in.
It does worry me when I see the first thing that comes out of listed on a positives of a player is winner, right? Why did they win? Did he? And I heard Bucky Brooks talking about this on the NFL the other day, and I heard he was the first person I heard say this, and I love it so much. I've used it a lot in radio spots. You have a truck with a quarterback. You have the truck or you have the trailer, right? If
he was not the truck.
If you're the truck, you're the quarterback that takes everybody around you to the top. Tom Brady was a truck, right? Patrick Mahomes is a truck. Then you have a trailer, a guy that is good, carries the load, but needs the truck, which is the other players, to pull him along, right?
Absolutely.
So
I don't think McCarthy ever had to be the truck, unfortunately, because this was a pretty well-oiled trailer.
Can he be the truck? That's going to be the difference. Whether this ends up being a good pick for Minnesota. He's going to a great spot, by the way. Minnesota, that's a great spot for him with Kevin O'Connell and that system there. And he's going to be undoubtedly, I think, the starting quarterback this year because, Sam Darnold, come on, guys.
Right. Well, and the offensive side of the ball is set. They've got a solid offensive line, great skill position pieces there. Probably could use a significant portion of their defense could use some help, but it's not terrible either. So, it definitely could have been a worse spot, but I just don't. I think it's going to take some time. I think he's got to develop a little bit more in terms of just reading the field. With what Michigan gave him, he was either handing off the ball or throwing some deep shots. Kind of the middle of the field was a little bit tougher for him when trying to diagnose and determine where he was going with the ball. So that's going to be a little bit where I want to see what they do there. How do you help insulate him? How do you help make it easy to start, let him get comfortable, and then build on that? I think it'll be fun to watch. I mean, I'm obviously a McCarthy fan, the player, but we'll see what happens. I mean, great receivers.
Miranda, is this the first time in the modern era that 10 straight offensive players have been taken? It's the first time ever that 10 offensive players have been drafted in the top 10 of the draft. So that is a fact. Jets pick is in, Brad. Their season went awry very early last year, 4 plays into it. Aaron Rodgers blown Achilles. You have to think this is a pick on the offensive side of the ball as well, right? We're going to go 11 straight offensive players here, I think. So what do they add to their offense to help? To me, it's probably going to be an instant impact player, right? It's what we're looking for here.
Yeah. I mean, in my mind, with what's still sitting on the board, it wouldn't surprise me. I mean, I know that I kept saying that their offensive line is not amazing, but they've invested so much in it that why would you go there? But I mean, they could take Fashanu, they could take an offensive lineman there, but with all that defensive talent on the board, literally you could get the best defensive player in the draft. I don't know if they could pass that up. I mean, Salah's a defensive guy, and is he going to be able to look past the edge rushers and try to fix and help that offense? I don't know.
We'll see. I've thought this was a spot for Brock Bowers.
Absolutely.
A lot. We'll see if that is where they go here. Where do the Jets go?
Oh, I called it.
The Jets have taken Penn State offensive tackle Olu Fashanu, and if I recall correctly, in our last staff mock draft, did our own Miranda Wilhelm not mock Olu Fashanu to the Jets, then pick 10?
I do believe that is the case.
So there you go, Fashanu. I love him, and I had him as RT1 for most of the process before consenting and moving Joe Alt up to number 1. Just pure his skill set here on the outside left tackle, fabulous hand usage. Speaking of hands, though, that was the knock that came on him after the combine, where he had 8.5-inch hands, which is some of the smallest hands I've ever seen from an offensive tackle. But his arm length is crazy long, and you never see him get into trouble with his hands because his arms are so long. So take a lap. Matter of fact, drink another beer, Miranda, for calling that one right, or take a shot or something for hitting that pick. Olu Fashanu, the pick to the Jets.
I mean, when you're an elite athlete like him, what is it, 6'6", like 310, 315, somewhere around there? I mean, your hand size, I think you can overcome that. I mean, his athletic profile is just off the charts. The interesting thing will be what do they do with this offensive line? They had Tyron Smith and Morgan Moses come over in free agency. Like, how do you slide these guys around? Who goes inside? Because you got to think somebody would.
I'm going to be honest. I think Morgan Moses or who was the other one they signed at left tackle?
Tyron Smith.
Tyron
Smith.
Smith.
From Dallas. Yep.
Smith would be, if they're going to move one inside, I think it would be Smith. But neither one of those guys have been healthy for long periods of time, right? Mm-hmm. So if Fashanu is indeed the left tackle starter, one of those guys is probably going to be the swing tackle, right? And move on. Like Tommy says, Smith, when will he get hurt?
Yeah, right. Oh, absolutely. I'm not counting on either staying healthy. I'm just saying day one, at least for the first 4 plays before Aaron goes down again, who's going to be his 5 offensive linemen?
But you mentioned the size on Fashanu, 6'6", 312, 33-inch arms, but 32-inch vertical leap, 9-foot broad jump, 1.7710 split. Tested as a 94% athlete per RAS. Number 8 on Shane's board, 13 on my board, 12 on Paul's board. Jets get a good one at pick 11, and pick 12 is the Denver Broncos.
I can't imagine they go quarterback, really, with all the defense still there.
God, it would be something if that's where they end up going.
I mean, I get it. People are reaching on some of these quarterbacks, but you can get the best defensive player in the draft in almost the teens. Like, how do you not jump all over that? Whoever your best defensive player, then maybe that's a problem because they're all so close there at the top. Maybe people are just saying, "Oh, we'll go offense," but
the pick is in.
I'm not paying attention to that feed. I've just got ESPN on my YouTube TV at the moment, so I'm not paying attention to the NFL feed. Are they going full Atlanta Falcons? Is that what you're saying?
Well, it wouldn't be on that level. We'll wait. We'll wait and see. Oh boy.
That about says it all.
Tommy says, get that monster in the middle in the D.
I mean,
yeah. I mean, that would have been a choice. Get a pass rusher, get a corner.
That would have been a choice. You've now explained that is not the choice.
I'm trying not to spoil this,
man.
guys. I'm trying. I'm trying. God, I gotta stop.
Yeah. It's I mean, what if you're Denver, wasting a commercial break to try to think through the things, even though the answer. It's like, if you're Denver, it's like you need so many different things. Why not just take whatever the best player on the board is? Whatever the best player. You need talent.
I mean, you could add Brock Bowers here to their offense would be great.
Right.
I don't know that offensive tackle would be in play here. Maybe. Edge rusher would be a. I did it again. Would be a good call.
I mean,
this is me. This is me right now. I'm struggling here, guys.
I mean, I guess you take a tight end if you think Zach Wilson can get him the ball, but so far we haven't seen him do that. So
I forgot they traded for Zach Wilson yesterday.
I mean, Jarrett Stidham or Zach Wilson is your day one starter, at least at this moment in time, and it's like, you don't need any skill position players. He's not going to get them.
It's running back, isn't, said Tommy. It's not that bad. It's not that bad.
That'd be amazing. I mean, hey, Detroit made a running back work at 12 last year, so why not?
That's true.
I mean, there's no Jahmyr Gibbs in this draft, but let's. Oh, yeah, it looks like Vegas has under 5 minutes left, so. Oh.
Are we going to see a defensive player drafted tonight?
Yeah.
I'm beginning to wonder. I'm beginning to wonder.
I definitely anticipate us seeing some defense, but man, it's if I'm a team that needs corner, I'm seriously considering trying to trade up very quickly because man, this is just falling crazy.
I have another thought here in a second after we roast.
I'm about to say, Commissioner's coming to the podium.
The Denver Broncos have selected Oregon quarterback Bo Nix.
Half of the first round picks have been quarterbacks.
Sean
currently to this
Payton
point.
gets his guy.
I mean,
quarterback in Bo Nix for the first time since 1983. 6 quarterbacks are drafted in the first round. That took 27 picks to do it then. And if anybody has never seen the, I think it was a 30 for 30 Elway to Marino, about the 1983 draft. Go back and watch it. It's freaking amazing. The detail of that. There was 3 Hall of Famers of those 6 in the first round. I guess.
All right. So who are the 3 Hall of Famers in this one?
I'm not even going to dare speculate on this, but Bo Nix started 61 games in college. Most of any NCAA quarterback ever. Let's say this. Let's talk about the positives from Bo Nix. Okay. The Auburn Bo Nix was atrocious. Absolutely awful. Would have never, I don't think he was a draftable prospect when he left Auburn. He completely remade himself at Oregon and has become an efficient passer. He was there, 74 touchdowns while he was at Oregon. I mean, he, like I said, completely turned it around here. And, but man, 6 quarterbacks in the top 12. This is just wild
Half
to me.
Of the first round picks.
Bo Nix, 51st on the Shane P. Hallam draft board. 33rd on mine, 26th on Paul's. I had a higher grade on Nix and Penix than McCarthy, but they are all here now. The Raiders pick is in, by the way. For the old timers who did watch the 83 deal, Tommy says Bo Nix is Tony Eason.
Oof. Man, Tommy's already putting him down.
Scott is laughing, and Shane says Spencer Rattler will be a first rounder if this keeps going. God, I hope so.
I'm about to say, what other teams need quarterbacks that are left in the first round? I can't think. I'm about to say I can't think of any first rounders that would even.
I don't.
I will say that Nix. I think if you were going to predict a quarterback that would fit for what Denver does, Nix is probably the smartest way to go for them. I expected this to be the second round pick for Denver, not the first, but you know, he's probably one of the more veteran of these rookie quarterbacks with as many games as he's played and with as bad as his situation was early, how much it turned around with a better system. I mean, they have pass catchers in Sutton and Mims. They've got, okay tight ends. The offensive line is doable, I guess, but needs some help. Running backs are fine. Javonte Williams is year 2 recovered from injury, so that should be a much better situation. I mean, it could be worse. I mean, they're still the 4th best team in their division with this move, but, at least now they're not trying to trot out Zach Wilson to start games.
That's true. Let's look at let's look at the positives. We don't have to see Zach Wilson start a game. The Raiders pick is in. Quick, who do you think it might be here, Brad?
Corner. Oh, it is not a corner. Let's go.
The dream has died for the Cincinnati Bengals fans. Brock Bowers.
Let's go.
From Georgia.
Ain't no Connell's got a tight end.
Draft. I love Brock Bowers, and it's a pure offensive weapon. He has yards after the catch. He can be an inline tight end. He can be your slot receiver, H-back. Creativity, a good offensive coordinator is going to maximize this guy's skill set.
Your top 2 tight ends are Mayer and Bowers. Holy cow.
Yep.
Oof.
And that gives you so much flexibility now because you can put Mayer in line, have Brock Bowers out as your big slot. To answer Tommy's question, Mayer was their 2nd round pick last year.
Mm-hmm.
So you have loaded up for Gardner Minshew, baby. Minshew mania.
Or is it Aiden O'Connell? Who's the quarterback this year for them?
I said what I said.
Ooh, I like it.
Minshew
Spicy
mania,
take.
baby. Gardner Minshew. He's making $15 million, right?
Boilermakers everywhere. You're gonna get the Boilermaker fans upset at you tonight.
They have fans.
I see a lot of Purdue sweatshirts when I go out and about around town. I'll say that much. I don't know if it's the basketball fans or.
We obviously ain't shopping in the same places, Brad.
They're probably basketball fans, but
it's Miranda is over here salivating at the amount of defensive players still on the board. Saints on the clock. Our good buddy Mickey Loomis, 6 minutes to go. NFL Network goes to commercial. I presume
it's got to be an edge rusher. Got to be an edge rusher.
It would certainly seem that way. The Saints, let me say this. Offensive line is with
Ramczyk, yeah.
Offensive line is a big need for the Saints as well. With, like I said, we don't know the health situation of Ryan Ramczyk. Trevor Penning has not been great thus far in his career, much to my chagrin. I was a big Penning guy when he came out, but the Saints also need some pass rush help. Brian, please, you're killing me here, Smalls.
The Raiders could still bring in quarterback to compete with Minshew and Aiden O'Connell, so those could be later round choices. But
my buddy Ben, who listens to the podcast a lot, he's watching the draft with me. And shout out to Ben. He's been with me every year since 1997 watching the draft. If the Saints drafted Joe Milton here, he'd probably leave and not come back for the rest of the weekend. And I can't say I'd blame him, to be honest.
Yeah, no, that's not happening. They're not taking quarterback here.
Yep. So, like I said, Saints on the board at 14. Don't know if like I said, I'm not sure what the plan is now.
Yeah, in my mind, it's got to be offensive line or edge rusher. Either one of those. You got to get your trenches right, one way or the other.
And like we said, the good part here is Brian says he's not talking about quarterback. He's talking about Joe Milton, the tight end. Fantastic.
Juwan Johnson, Joe Milton. That would be a dynamic duo. The nice thing is you still have at least four first round graded tackles that are available. If you wanted to go offensive line, you got Fuaga, Fatanu, Mims, Graham Barton. There's plenty of offensive line there. Joe Morgan, Tyler Guyton. There's a lot of offensive line help if you need it. But Cam Jordan ain't going to be around that much longer. And otherwise, you got Chase Young and Brian Bresee from last year. But their offensive line or their defensive line is, that's kind of it.
There was some talks that the Saints at some point over this weekend could move Marshawn Lattimore, the corner. So that could, in theory, bring corner in play too if they maybe have a deal in place for Lattimore, right? So that's something to think about as well. Saints still on the clock.
2 minutes left.
2 minutes left. Brad, I'm curious here. How far are you ahead of me? Because I'm showing 2:45 on the Saints clock on NFL Network.
2:34 on ESPN.
So, okay, so we're
not far off.
Okay.
Yeah, this would be a perfect spot for a team that's familiar with Mickey Loomis and the Saints and the Detroit Lions to make a trade to get a corner. I'm just putting it out there in the world. I'd be okay to trade for Marshawn Lattimore, or I'd be okay to trade for the pick and get, Quinyon Mitchell or Terrion Arnold.
Saints could be working a trade back here. Not something that's not usually not Mickey's style, by the way. But one that I would encourage for the Saints, who at some point, I know I say this every year, at some point the Bills got to come due. You've got to stop kicking the damn can down the road, and you got to take cap medicine and deal with it. They seem to just their cap guy is the gold standard. He's the Rolls Royce of capologists in the NFL. The stuff he's able to do to maneuver them to get under the cap each and every year. The man's a damn math genius.
Well, they stuck with it. Pick is in.
Well, he does not move. We've got the pick coming up for the Saints.
It's crazy. I wonder what the numbers would be. We haven't had a trade yet. No, we had one.
We had one. The one pick swap.
I might have messed with Miranda. The over under was like 6.5. I thought she said in the chat earlier on trades in the first round. Why not do that?
So if the Saints stay on the offensive side, we've agreed it's offensive tackle. What who are you looking at here?
I mean, probably Fuaga or Fatanu, right? I mean, those are kind of the top two of the top guys. I don't think Mims is one of the top three here. What are you thinking?
Right. Fatano, I wonder if a lot of teams are going to have him at guard. So I wonder like how that's going to be a team by team basis.
Yeah.
I agree that I think he should be able to play tackle. I have no problems. The tape tells me that he can play left tackle in the NFL. So we'll see with the pick in. We're waiting on old Mick here to give us what we're going to get here. I will tell you, if Mickey Loomis ever saw me in public, he might kick my ass as much as I run him down on this podcast. Ooh, Tommy likes Graham Barton. Lots of versatility. The thing is, I don't think the Saints are looking for versatility. They've got their interior line is pretty set up. It's the exterior offensive line that they need to help at immediately.
I mean, if they took Barton, I would immediately go, "Oh, is this Penning 2.0? Like which one slides over to right tackle, which one stays at the left side?"
So we still wait on this pick to come in for the Saints.
This is the longest pick. Oh, Commission's coming up now.
All right. Here we go. I think it's going to be an offensive tackle here. So the Saints take Talisay Fuaga, the offensive tackle from Oregon State. He is right tackle, pretty much. I'm not going to say right tackle only, but that's where he's going to play in New Orleans, which means Penning's going to stay on the left side. He's a nasty guy, right? I mean, he's tough, and he looks so good at Senior Bowl too. I think it's a great pick for New Orleans. Road grader.
I mean, and he has probably some of the best explosiveness from the tackles this year. I mean, the dude is just an elite explosive athlete. And you pair that with the nastiness, I mean, that helps set the tone for your offensive line. I mean, and although, unfortunately, this kind of tells you everything you need to know about Ryan Ramczyk is that it's probably not looking great if they're drafting a right tackle.
Right. 9.6 RAS for him, 17 on my board, 12 on Shane's board, 8 on Paul's board is Talisay Fuaga, the big offensive tackle, 6'5", 324, heading to New Orleans. Colts on the clock. Guaranteed we getting a high RAS here, baby. But is this the first defensive player?
I think it has to be.
14 for 14 on offense. This is unheard of.
Yeah, that's got to be some sort of record. And at this point, I think it has to be defense because now the value is just so high on the defensive side. I mean, Dallas Turner's still on the board. Latu, all the corners. I mean, your defensive linemen are on the board. I mean, oof. Yep.
It's
and you go, yeah.
Right now. All the defense still available. I can't say that out loud. I read it, and it's just I immediately had regrets.
So somebody's been having the drinks over there at Brian's house.
Ooh, only tasty Dr. Pepper for Brian.
Yeah, if I'm the Colts, I'm picking whatever my favorite defensive player is. I mean, they like Kenny Moore, Juju Brents. They could go edge.
Or as Colts fan Kyle in the chat here, Brian Thomas Jr. to Indy. He fits the RAS profile. That's for sure.
Yeah, I mean that. Yeah,
9.86. They're on the phone with somebody. They're not trading out. It does not appear. So.
Yeah, I mean, right now it's under 5 minutes, so you got to think they're trying to talk trade with somebody. Yeah, I mean, I don't hate the idea of getting another weapon on offense. I mean, you've got probably your three top receivers are all good. Pittman's good, Josh Downs is good, Pierce is fine. Yeah, I'm still thinking it's a cornerback. If they stayed this pick, it would not surprise me if they traded out.
Tommy thinks it's going to be Mitchell.
Yeah.
Who also would fit that RAS file,
right,
as he was the highest RAS corner this year.
Oh yeah, Cooper DeJean. Man, there's so many good defensive players still just sitting there. If I'm a team like my Lions, I'm talking to everybody right now. Which one of these teams can we trade up with? Because this board is just falling so well for a team that needs some defensive help.
Yeah, it's wild to me that we have not seen, like, it's unprecedented, as to say the least, because it's never happened. I mean, we had never had 10 before, much less so shout out to Detroit, 275,000 people.
We saw Nashville and we said, hold our drink.
Yep.
Yeah, I got buddies down there that were sending me messages where the NFL fan app where you sign up for it said they were closed for the day. They were not taking any more. It's like, holy cow. I mean, they were lining up there at lunchtime today. I saw messages
up there, Brad.
I mean, upper 40s, low 50s. It's not,
no, that's too cold.
Not great.
Too cold for Brian to be outside. I can tell you that.
I mean, when the sun was out, it was good. We were doing yard work this afternoon and doing some things around the house. But yeah, I'm not standing outside in the cold once it gets dark. Still under 2.5 minutes to go, and there's still nothing.
Ballard is could be working them phones, right?
Yeah, he's not afraid to trade.
Squeeze.
No, pick is in.
All right, so he is not indeed working the phones anymore. The Colts pick is in. Do we see the defense come off the board finally?
I think you have to. I think it has to be, and I'm leaning with the chat here. I'm thinking it's corner. Although I think it's Terrion Arnold, but I love Quinyon Mitchell as well.
So many, all these pass rushers still on the board, though.
I know. How do you not jump on one of those?
Man. Not to mention the interior defensive guys, right? Still, obviously, all the defensive players are on the board.
Every single
Byron
one.
Murphy, this has been an all-timer tonight for sure.
And I'm here for it. I'm fine with that. We like things to go crazy. That's what makes it fun.
For everybody watching along tonight live, man, I just want to, before the Colts pick is in, thank you all for doing this. We love you guys and everything. All y'all following our work all year round, leading up to this first round and what is now the 15th pick of the draft.
Yeah, this community is what makes this great. I mean, we love the interaction. We love the Discord chats. We love all the conversations over on X and in the YouTube comments. I mean, you guys make this job fun, and we couldn't do what we do without y'all jumping in here. So thank you.
100%. As we still wait on the Colts pick, 6 quarterbacks in the top 12, 14 for 14 offensive players.
Streak's going to be broken. I can feel it.
I believe so. I believe you're right.
Oh, I did not see that going that way. I like it.
The Colts at 15 have selected Laiatu Latu, the edge rusher from UCLA, number 3 overall on my board, Brad Menendez. He is my favorite edge rusher in this class. He is the best pass rusher in this class. And 9.16 RAS. So he qualifies for the Colts draft. He fits. 6'4", 259, 32.5-inch arms, ran a 4.64 40 in Indy, 4.34 in the 20-yard shuttle, at a 32-inch vertical. Like I said, tested a 9.16 RAS, 3 on my board, 10th on Shane's, 23rd on Paul's. This man has counter moves to set up counter moves as a pass rusher. He has some of the most violent, quickest hands of any pass rusher I've watched in some time. I compared his hand usage to Mike Tyson sparring. That's how fast I think his hands are coming around the edge. Latu is just amazing. He's a good guy, too. He's a great person, and he's got a great story. The medicals are the concern. Obviously, the Colts are okay with it, or else they're not taking him at 15. For those that don't know what his medical history is, Latu was at the University of Washington, had a neck fusion issue, neck surgery, neck issue. Washington's doctors wouldn't let him play football anymore. He left. Man started playing semi-pro rugby and was about to sign with a professional rugby league because that's how good he was. That's how good of an athlete he is. And he got a doctor cleared him. He was able to sign with UCLA, and then had his sack production just went up and up each year. He was with the Bruins. Love Latu. This is probably my favorite pick of the first round so far.
I mean, he has the best burst of any of these edge rushers in this class. I mean, like you said, I can't say anything more than what you said. I would guess he's probably the most ready to step in from day one of any of these edge rushers because he has all those different moves. He can bull rush. He can spin. He can use his hands to beat off. I'm going to say that wrong. To fight off the offensive lineman. You know, like he just has such a dynamic pass rushing ability, and they were this close to the playoffs last year. If they'd have had somebody else at the edge to help attack C.J. Stroud, they might be in the playoffs last year. So putting him across from Kwity Paye or however they want to use him, I mean, they really could use him in a variety of roles across that defense. They could stand him up and let him attack from inside. They could stand him up on the outside. You could put his hand in the dirt. I mean, this guy's just so ready to step in and just go from day one. And it's an exciting move. I think the Colts fans will be happy with him.
Well, I know one Colts fan he ain't mad about it. Kyle's he's okay with this pick, and he should be. Like I said, Latu, I think I don't know if he gets double digits as a rook, but he's going to be a double digit sack guy at some point.
Oh yeah,
in his career. Great, great pick for Indy.
Yeah, I'm happy for the Colts as a Lions fan living in Fort Wayne. I definitely love talking football with the Colts fans down here because they love their team, and their team just got really good with this pick. So
I've expounded the virtues of Latu here, and you agree with them. But if you were taking an edge, would you have taken one of the others over him?
I mean, the medicals would have been the only thing that would have made me think about Dallas Turner over him. But I think Turner is not as a refined as a pass rusher as he is. And so that would be the thing. It's like, okay, if the medicals check out, which obviously I'm not on the staff, so I don't know these things. So if those checked out, I mean, it's hard to argue this move. It just is. I mean, Dallas Turner's really nice prospect. He still has some developing to do to get to where this player already is. So it's one of those things where it's like, I don't blame him. I mean, this guy's the most ready of all these edge rushers.
Yeah, it's great. Like I said, Turner would have been the only Turner or even Verse, I think, would have been. You could have made it an argument, and I wouldn't have hated it. First offensive player off the board from Southern Cal. First defensive player off the board from UCLA. Now they're in the Big Ten.
Nothing.
Does that make sense?
It's the world's flipping on its head at this point.
Yep.
So what happens here? Seattle's under 3 minutes. Are we seeing this pick get traded?
It could be. Like I said, probably not. Everybody picking.
No. It's in now.
It's in. Never mind.
It's in.
My speculation has always been Fautanu.
I guess the team. I mean, we know Cross is set at left tackle. Right tackle could be improved. I mean, with the edge rushers that are still
Abraham
available,
Lucas has been okay at right tackle. He's just he's got some medical issues there that they could look at. It could be, and I've liked Faltanu here a lot because I think if they may view him as a guard, which is a big need in Seattle right now, but he can kick out to tackle if you have some issues with either Charles Cross or Abraham Lucas on the outside. So
yeah, my struggle here is the defensive line is not great. I mean, you got Leonard Williams and everything else could be improved upon. So it wouldn't surprise me if you start talking about like Byron Murphy here, if you talk about, Verse, I mean, one of these other edge rushers that could play on this defense. I mean, offensive line or something on the defensive line. I'm just going to continue to say it. You need trench help on both sides. This is where you target it.
Byron Murphy would make a ton of sense here. I know he might make a ton of sense in Cincinnati here 2 picks from now as well. He stays on that board. So,
I mean, they went Devin Witherspoon last year with their first, so we know that corner isn't something they're not afraid to take in the first. So I think they like Woolen and Witherspoon, so I think they probably are okay there.
This is probably not well. So I think you're right. It's going to be a trench pick. It's just what side do we end up with?
Yeah, it almost feels like, man. Yeah, I think it's defensive line as much as they could use a guard. I mean, what do they got? They got Tomlinson, Nick Harris at center. Well, they got the kid from Michigan last year in the draft. What is that? Olawatami.
Yeah,
I wouldn't mind seeing him get a chance to get some meaningful reps. But yeah, so I mean, they could improve the interior offensive line. Maybe we start hearing the Jackson Powers Johnson conversation start coming up at this point. I don't know.
I think it's going to be a little too early for him. I think it would be Graham Barton at this point if they were going to go with the center. As much as I think JPJ is the best interior offensive line prospect in this class, I just feel like Barton he's the hotter name at this point. I got to check in on
he's more versatile
bets I've made because
see if they're still standing.
Well, I've hit the Faltanu because I had over 15.5. Still got Amarius. Looks like I'm going to miss Amarius Mims and Brian Thomas. I don't know. Maybe I don't need to look at that. I might get sad. See how much money's gone out the door on draft prop bets.
Make sure you smash that like button and give us a sub on the channel because obviously Brian's going to need the money soon.
Definitely hit that subscribe button for everybody. I imagine most people watching along on YouTube tonight have already hit that subscribe button. But if you stumble across this on X and just go to the YouTube channel, man, and give us a subscription and a like.
Would appreciate it.
Yep. Tommy says draft Mitchell here to pair with Witherspoon.
Oh, that'd be nasty.
So Seattle's pick is in as we wait on the commish. My God. I was scrolling through Twitter and this tweet may win it all. It was talking about Atlanta, Kirk Cousins and Michael Penix, and it showed a picture from Any Given Sunday with Cap Rooney standing next to Willie Beeman. This is just
oh gosh.
That is just too much.
Maybe a little too realistic. All right, commish is up there.
All right, Seattle's pick is in. It is Texas defensive tackle Byron Murphy.
We called it.
We said it would be a trench pick, and Murphy is the pick here. So no Murphy for the Bengals at pick 18.
I mean, you could wait and get other defensive line later in the draft. I mean, that's just going to have to be the way it goes. But I think this is smart for Seattle. I mean, like I said, their interior of the defensive line did not look great. So why not? And I should say Byron Murphy could do either side, right? Like he can play inside, he can play outside. I think the way that they play their defensive scheme, he's got that versatility, but he's an elite athlete. I memean, this is a great guy to have attacking from either inside or outside, because that first step of his is really, really good. I think it's a great pick. If it wasn't him or Newton, I mean, those are both two really nice pieces right there they could have taken. I wouldn't have been surprised. Oh, Minnesota's here and the pick is in. So did Minnesota just trade? Who had 17? Vikes just traded up. You are muted, Brian.
I see that now. Brad,
I was like, what?
On that note, we're going to send you back to the chat.
10 o'clock already. All right. Well, you guys have fun. We'll see you tomorrow night.
All right. So on that note, on comes our resident cheesehead as the Vikings have traded up.
Yeah, that came out of nowhere. I had no idea.
So Jacksonville moves out.
Yeah.
As I'm now hunting for the details on this trade.
It makes kind of sense. It makes sense because we assumed Jacksonville was going to go defense. There's a plethora of people there. I don't know. I guess whoever they liked. Oh, wow. This is nuts.
So the trade details are the Jaguars will get the 23rd pick, a 5th round pick this year, 167, and a 3rd and 4th in 2025 for Minnesota to come up 6 spots.
Wow.
Got to be to get a pass rusher, I would say, is the trade up here with all those guys.
I mean, what are we doing here?
Brad thinks they're coming up to get a DB. Brad's been trying to get DBs drafted now for about 6 picks, though. So as we wait on the commish to come up here.
This is crazy. Wow. Oh, yep.
So it is the pass rusher, and it's Dallas Turner, the edge rusher from Alabama. My number 2 edge rusher in this class, blew up the combine.
I know. And I don't like that he's now in my division. We lost Daniil Hunter and we gained a Dallas Turner, Life comes at you fast.
That is, and they also have Jonathan Grenard, who they signed as a free agent from the Texans. So that's a good edge pair there for the Vikings. They get their quarterback in J.J. McCarthy without having to do a whole lot. Then they get a top 10 edge rusher prospect overall, a top 10 overall player on my board. Turner is actually number 4 on my board. Goes to the Vikings here at pick 17 in the trade up, 11 and 11 on Shane and Paul respectively here. Dallas Turner at the combine, 6'2", 247, with 34 and 3/8 arms, ran a 4.46 40 at 247 pounds with a 40.5 inch vertical.
I forgot. I saw that on Twitter and I almost fell over. That's insane.
So the Cincinnati Bengals are on the clock now, and I'm a bit nervous here.
What are you thinking here? Since Byron Murphy is gone, who is it going to be?
I've been thinking it's offensive tackle the whole time.
Well, you got plenty of them left,
right? But I'm not ruling out corner.
Okay, yeah.
I'm not ruling out corner as well, especially with all of the best ones still on the board.
You thinking like Arian Arnold or a Nate Wiggins?
I would think it would be Mitchell. Would most fit their profile.
Yeah.
That they look for. They could like Amarius Mims, the offensive tackle. I guess the real shocker pick here would be Brian Thomas Jr., the wide receiver from LSU.
Yeah. I mean, maybe. That would be a shocker. Wow.
So let's we'll see here.
Yeah, this setup, by the way, this is like the most low rent. I'm sitting on my like chair because I could be in my cool office that has all my Packers gear, but I would just want to be downstairs, close to the fridge too. You know,
makes a whole lot of sense.
I think so.
How are you feeling, by the way?
I'm feeling really good. As far as like the Packers go, I feel good. Everyone that is like on our radar, like literally all like 5 or 6 of them are still just hanging out. So I'm feeling good. I told you, I texted you earlier and said I'm taking it easy. I meant it.
Look at you being responsible and everything. I wouldn't have done it.
Who is this chick? Who let me take it easy?
The Bengals pick is in. We wait. We wait for them to go here. Tommy says, what about an edge, Jared Verse? A lot of people started pivoting to edge late yesterday after the Trey Hendrickson news came out. For those who haven't followed Trey Hendrickson, after signing a contract extension for the Bengals, decided he's not getting paid enough. He's right. He's not getting paid enough, but he signed a contract. So it is what it is. My bad. Sorry. But I don't think it's going to be Verse here. Like I said, I think it's going to be the offensive tackle. They've got Orlando Brown Jr. on the left side. They've got Trent Brown on a 1-year deal on the right side, but Trent Brown hasn't played a full season, in like 5 years. So we'll see if that ends up if they were to draft an offensive tackle. I imagine it's going to be somebody on the right side.
Yeah.
And I imagine that it will be somebody who probably is not going to play right away. But you can't ask for much more than getting to learn from a big veteran like Trent Brown.
100%. Yeah. Injuries aside, like he could teach you everything.
My brother Dwayne in the chat asking me, where's the hat? I have a Bengals hat that I got when I was like 11 years old. And it's very old. I can't wear it anymore because it's so worn out that like all the inside is frayed. So I don't put it on anymore. I used to put it on every time the Bengals would go on the clock. That was before I started live streaming, so I can't really do that anymore. I have to represent the brand, but
brand,
but it's one of the first Bengals hats I ever got. And I still have it, but now it hangs on my wall in the office.
Hey, and we learned in our team chat that you don't have a Bengals jersey.
I do not own I tell you about it. I have 2 jerseys still in my closet. I just never wear them. They're very old. Actually, I'm sorry. I have 3 jerseys in my closet that I never wear. I have a Boomer Esiason jersey from like back in the day. I have a South Carolina like random jersey from back in the day. That's not even what their jerseys look like anymore. And I have a Philadelphia Phillies personalized authentic jersey that I've worn like once, but it has my name and number on the back and all that. But I never wear it.
That's cute.
If I ever go to a Phillies baseball game, I will.
Yeah.
But I've never been to an actual Major League Baseball game. One day.
Me either, actually. But I'm not a baseball gal.
For those of you who wonder while we're talking about my fashion, the Bengals pick is in. I know who the pick is, so I can't, but I'm not going to talk about it until the commissioner says in there. And as is tradition, whenever the Bengals go on the clock, the draft must go to commercial. This is a thing. So, who is Tommy says get a Jim LeClaire? I don't even know who that is. Who is Jim LeClaire? Well, that's true. I have softball jerseys from when I was playing soy pitch softball, so that's true. I still do have those.
Hell yeah.
I'm too old for that game now, though. I bowled for an hour 2 weeks ago, and it about killed me.
Oh my God. I bowled like a few weeks ago, and this was with like a bum shoulder. And I was like, nope, that was not it. All right. Come on. I know. Okay. This is funny you say that about the commercial thing, because people were saying on Packers Twitter that like it's every single year that they go to commercial right before the Packers pick too. I wonder if that's so weird.
It just certainly seems that way. Bengals fans have been saying it for decades.
I've never really noticed it, but normally I'm a little drunker than this. Yeah. So I normally don't care.
Hopefully you make it to the Packers pick tonight. I hope you're still around.
Oh,
if it's close, I'm going to let you hang.
Oh yeah. I feel like it's going to be perfect. I don't know.
At the pace they're on, I feel like we're going to get to pick 25 by the time you come through.
I have many thoughts, and I also have to show my vindication about a few things in a sec. All right, you already know the pick. I tried to cheat, but then I got squirrel-minded, and I saw text, and then I just gave up.
That's fine. So everybody, all the Bengals Twitter always says, if you don't protect 9, it doesn't matter.
I mean,
and that's fair.
That's so, yeah. I mean,
hey, there's my guy Bengal Jim just popped up on the TV. Been a guest on his podcast many times, and met him several times in person at his when I went to Cincinnati for the playoff game a few years ago. Met him there at his tailgate, and then I saw him at his tailgate in New Orleans 2 years ago when they came down for that. He's a good dude. Yeah. They do a lot for charity there. In Cincinnati.
Oh my gosh, you said it before. You said him.
But the pick is in, and it's going to be Georgia offensive tackle Amarius Mims. And I'm a little scared.
Are you scared because of his 8 game? Like, okay, because
he's only started 8 games.
Correct. And like Packers Twitter, they were starting to get some heat on Amarius Mims, and he was very polarizing because of his 8 games. And they were saying all these thresholds. Oh, he didn't test and da 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 da. Is it the lack of experience that worries you?
Yes. Because you don't have a whole lot of whatever, but he's had 377 pass blocks, the stats on the screen, 377 pass block snaps in his career. 0 sacks. Amarius Mims is 6'7", 340 pounds. He has 36-inch arms. His hands are 11.25 inch big. My hands are size 9 across. For those who wonder what 11.25 look like, just take my hand and just add much more to that.
A little bit, yeah.
He ran the 40 at 340 pounds in 5.07. He had a 9'3" broad jump. He tested as a 95% athlete. He's a monster. He's a freak. And as Shane has said, the Bengals have finally drafted an athletic offensive tackle. It's something they've been scared to do, averse to do. He is indeed an athlete. Mims, this might be the perfect situation for him because we've just mentioned his big weakness in his game is limited reps. Or limited play. He now is not going to be rushed into play, right? In theory, because of Trent Brown on the right side on the 1-year deal. And you get to sit under the learning tree of Orlando Brown Jr. and Trent Brown, be the swing tackle as a rookie until the inevitable injury to Trent Brown occurs, and then you become the starter at right tackle for the next foreseeable future. In theory, that's the case for Amarius Mims. The injury to him this year was kind of a freak deal. Guy got rolled up. He got rolled up on and missed a few games.
It wasn't like everyone who was like, oh my God, his injury. I'm like, well, it wasn't like a nagging. It's nothing at this point that's like a lingering thing that you worry about being like, oh, is it going to resurface? Right. Like it was just a freak weird thing that he should be bounce back from.
Right. So you're not overly concerned about it in that aspect.
Did I read this correctly? This was like back during the, I don't know when, like a couple months ago, I saved a tweet. I don't know. It was just a lot of like testing going on. Did I see that Amarius Mims had the same short shuttle as Joe Mixon, which is another funny little.
Okay, you did read that, but
Wrong.
Well, it was not. He actually didn't do the short shuttle, and
Well,
somebody
why?
had confused him with somebody else.
Testing, right? So I was like, I don't get it. Okay.
For those scoring at home, my mock draft scoring over on the Huddle Report is in the toilet right now. It's crap. I'm about halfway down. I will not be the mock draft champion this year on the Huddle Report, I'm sad to say.
Damn.
But, oh well. Bubba likes to pick in the spot for Mims for the reasons I lined out.
I agree.
And said Georgia may have beat Bama if Mims finished the game. It hurt their passing game. So, yeah. What are the Rams? Are the Rams doing something silly again?
Rams pick.
With their draft house?
They're going to take Jared Verse, aren't they? I don't know.
I feel like it. The pick is in. We'll see who they're going with.
Or I don't know. If Byron Murphy's off the board like he is, I feel like it's Jared Verse.
Yeah, I mean a lot of. I had them going with Latu at this spot.
Obviously gone.
So pass rush and the reasons that they would look for a pass rusher is Aaron Donald's gone. He's retired. Now that's an interior guy, not an edge rusher.
Sure.
But you've got to get those sacks back somewhere, right? You got to start getting that number back. So that's why edge makes a whole lot of sense.
Yeah.
With the Rams pick here, this will become the first time they have selected a player in the first round since drafting Jared Goff #1 overall in 2016. So there's a number.
Yeah, that's nuts. This girl's having fun. Yeah, no, I'm very curious. Hey, thanks for that shout out for the Fashanu pick. Thanks a lot. Appreciate you.
You know, it was the only one I remembered. To be honest, from that mock draft.
They're going, hey, I'm pretty sure I mocked him. I didn't even have any of my stuff. I was like, I'm pretty sure I picked Fashanu. And then on a different draft with going for 2, we did a mock a couple weeks ago, and I put Bo Nix to the Broncos. And so now I'm feeling like, woo, everyone, not everyone in the mock, but people were shitting on it on Twitter. And now Jeff is.
Well, to be honest, they should have, because it shouldn't have happened. But you know, you're right to call it that way. But
you know what? He's a Sean Payton dude. All right, who is it?
All right, so the pick is in, and the Rams are going to take Florida State edge rusher Jared Verse here, number 11 overall on my board. He was the highest ranked player left on my board. Goes here to the Rams. Verse transferred from Albany to Florida State 2 years ago. Almost 6'4", 254, 33-inch arms, 4'5", 840 at 254 pounds with a 1.6 short shuttle, 35-inch vertical. Did 31 bench press reps of 224, 9.56 RAS, 11 on my board, 11 on Shane's board, 20 on Paul's board. Verse is off the board now, going to Los Angeles.
Dang. Yeah, that's.
Oh, they just showed the highlight from the ACC championship game.
I see that.
Where he walked back.
Yep.
The tackle. Then the next highlight they show is him walking back the Florida left tackle, and he tackled the Florida quarterback with his own left tackle.
It doesn't.
This guy's speed to power is outstanding.
It doesn't look like he's trying. He's just like, I'm just there. I'm present. It's insane.
That was a hell of a stat. It said he has led his team in sacks 4 straight years in college, 2 at Albany, 2 at Florida State.
That's nasty.
Yeah, great pick there by the Rams to get a top 11 player on my board, number 3 edge rusher in this class behind Latu and Turner for me, but still a top 11 player at pick 19. Steelers are on the clock now at pick 20, and Tommy is along with Shane, our resident towel wavers here in the chat. Their pick is in. He thinks that they have the best choice at corner and interior offensive lineman. They could also go with the receiver, Brian Thomas Jr. Could be in play here for Pittsburgh. I'm shocked that they're going to have their way of all the corners.
Yeah. That's kind of how I would think they would go at this point, is like Quinyon Mitchell makes sense here, but obviously there's other positions they could roll with. They have the Graham Barton, they have Cooper DeJean. I mean, I don't know.
33rd team tweeted out, or Daniel Jeremiah, I'm sorry, tweeted out the fastest 40 at the combine by anybody with a 33-plus inch arms and 30-plus bench reps the last 10 years. There's two people on the list, Jared Verse and Myles Garrett.
Damn. That's a good comparison.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Brad is apocalyptic over here about how all the corners have fallen out of to pick 20 here. No corners selected.
It's insane. Yeah. And I know he's upset that there's not been more trades. I think all of us are. It's been kind of
only 2 trades so far. I predicted 4 in my final mock draft. I think we still eventually get there at some point. He never thought the corners would be here, all of them.
Yeah.
We've had 3 defensive players taken in the first 19 picks, 16 offense. Insanity, right? All 3 defensive players taken edge rushers. I'm sorry, we've had 4 defensive players. My bad. I missed Byron Murphy. So 4.
That's crazy. That's insane. I feel like this is going to be defense if I had to gun to head, but obviously I don't know shit.
We'll see. Their pick is in. So as we wait for it to come about.
Yeah. We'll see. Well, yeah, I don't know, honestly. Like you said, Shane's a Steeler guy. My bestie Phil, who lives up in Pittsburgh, we were texting earlier and we've been chatting all week, and I know he's on the edge of his seat. We'll see. Man, they are kind of rolling a little bit now, huh?
Yeah. Zach Taylor in his press conference with the local media said that they will work Amarius Mims at left and right tackle.
That's cool.
So we'll see. Which kind of leads me to what I said when I thought he'd be a swing tackle as the rookie. So it's
Yep. Because you don't really know where he's going to be needed at what point. And yeah, I mean, look at the way he moves like that at that size. It should be illegal. Like, he will make an impact. Maybe not consistently, of course, but he'll make an impact.
Pittsburgh's pick is in. I am waiting for the commish before I announce said pick.
Do you know it?
I do know the pick.
Oh, shoot. I'm going to look at Twitter. I'm not going to say it.
Day 3 gets a lot easier because I can just tip this stuff whenever it comes out.
I like it.
I was going to do it on day 2 last year, then Shane told me not to. So I will respect that. I will respect the wishes of everybody not wanting their picks tipped through the first 2 days, but on day 3, all bets are off, baby. You getting that thing as it goes.
Well, just to give a teaser, I was wrong about it being defense. That's all I'll say. So I'm an idiot.
It depends on how you want to view it, Tommy. I'll say that.
Yeah.
You could be happy. Could be.
Hopefully.
So we should be getting this. Miami is on the clock, by the way. So I just assume they're going to draft somebody fast.
I don't know where they're going. They're probably going to take Graham Barton from my Packers, if I had to guess. All righty. The official.
So the Steelers have moved on at quarterback in the offseason. Now they have Russell Wilson and Justin Fields.
Yeah.
So that's interesting, right?
Yeah.
As they moved on from Mitchell Trubisky's and Mason Rudolph and
look,
Hodges and of the world.
You know, their plan right now is like, okay, Russ is the QB1, Justin Fields is the. I guess in that situation, they're set to at least make it a competition. They can maybe, like, I don't know, maybe Arthur Smith can develop Fields a little bit more because, you know, Chicago just wasn't able to do it.
I just want Justin Fields to develop, so I'm not wrong.
Oh,
in the original evaluation.
No, I mean, I liked that he didn't develop in my division, but now I'm just like, yeah, go for it. Now I want the kid to succeed.
Introducing the Walter Payton Man of the Year. What are we drinking tonight, Miranda?
All right. So actually, my mom had these, and she's not drinking right now because she's doing like a diet. So she has these like infusions. So they're these lime. I love my Michelob Ultras because that's the drink of athletes. So when you drink like 15 of them, you're still an athlete, I heard. But this is lime and prickly pear cactus. They are so tasty. I'm going to have the worst heartburn in like an hour. Worth it.
Well, that answers Dwayne's question from earlier. He was asking something about a cactus. I didn't know what he was talking about.
Yeah.
The pick is in, and it's going to be Washington. I'm just going to say offensive lineman Troy Fautano because I don't know. I'm curious as to what the Steelers announce him as here.
Yeah. Tackle. They just said tackle. Wait, but it says guard on the screen.
So either way, I guess it's probably an improvement over what they've had up there.
Yeah.
Tommy's okay with it.
Yeah.
Yep. ESPN says guard.
I know. So, it was funny.
You said Cam Hayward said tackle.
Yeah. So I'm like, I don't know.
All right. Truth be told, I think Fautano should get a chance to play left tackle. But his height is shorter than a normal tackle would be at 6'3" and 3/4, 317. He's got the ample arm length though at 34.5-inch arms. 96% athlete at the tackle position, 5'01", 40 at 317 pounds. Did 29 reps of 225 on the bench with 32.5-inch vertical and a 9'5" broad jump. 21 on my board, 16 on Shane's, 19 on Paul's. So good value here.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I like it. I mean, again, yeah, they didn't get just one, but two quarterbacks that need protection to do their thing, especially those two. And I think you got to load up around them. So, and we've all shit on Arthur Smith as a head coach, but I think he's kind of got that, like, who's another one? Obviously, like a Brandon Staley. Like maybe I think maybe he's better as a coordinator. Just like I think Arthur Smith will do wonders, better than Matt Canada, obviously, but. Yeah.
Okay, so Brian thinks that guessing they'll put him at right tackle to start, move Roderick Jones to left. Tommy says improve the line. Left tackle, what happens to Dan Jones? Brad thinks he can be the day one left tackle, great athletic aggressive player. I agree. I think he's an upgrade at left tackle.
Mm-hmm.
If that is indeed where the Steelers go. Dolphins pick is in.
I know. I'm stoked. It's my like pseudo team in the AFC, you know.
They got this baby in quick, but we're going to
Yeah.
commercial
Ugh,
again.
I know. Again. It seemed like there was like no commercials for the first 14 picks or so. And then all of a sudden it's like every other pick. That's silly.
Indeed. So
So what the hell were the Falcons? I don't get it. Am I like, I know we all like joked about it, but what is there any explanation for what that could possibly be?
I don't know if they were taking, say, JJ McCarthy
Yeah,
at 8, a quarterback that I think probably does need to sit.
sure.
Right. And develop, then it makes more sense. Plus, he's younger, right? McCarthy's probably like 20 or 21.
Yeah.
So it makes sense. But you draft Penix,
a 24-year-old,
with injury concerns, who probably doesn't need to sit, but now does, because by the time he gets going, right, he's going to be 26.
Right. And you just paid Kirk Cousins $1 billion.
$100 million.
Right.
So
I don't get it.
It is interesting. As we wait on the Dolphins pick to come in while both networks are in commercial, let's look at the top of my board of best available players.
Oh, yeah.
And the top 5 players, 3 of them are corners.
Yeah, for sure.
Quinyon Mitchell, my number 12 overall player, still on the board. Brian Thomas Jr., I have 15 overall. The wide receiver still out. 16 overall, I have Johnny Newton, defensive lineman from Illinois. And then 19 and 22 on my board, Terrion Arnold, the corner from Alabama, and Cooper DeJean, the corner from Iowa. Then we have Chop Robinson, the edge from Penn State, another corner, Kool-Aid McKinstry at 24, 25, Jackson Powers Johnson, interior offensive line from Oregon, and 26, Nate Wiggins, corner from Clemson. Now, that begs the question. You just heard me say corner 5 times. Do all these teams have all these guys clumped together? And you have to think one of them's going 22 to the Eagles here as soon as the Dolphins get through talking here, because we had talked about them trading up for one of the corners. They didn't have to do that. They didn't do that at all. They sat here and they all seemingly failed to them. We don't know who the Dolphins have picked yet.
Yeah. I mean, I was wondering if the Packers would, if they like DeJean enough or somebody, that was probably who I would think. Like, would they trade up for him? Will we need to?
You may not need to at this point.
You may not need to. I mean, I don't know. I don't know if that's the direction we're going, but yeah, this will be a pivotal pick here, because I can see the Dolphins taking a guy like really any of the corners. I could even, I don't know.
Tommy thinks that Fatanu could be 5 position capable. Is he the center? Maybe.
Did he play center ever? Or is he just
he's been left tackle only for Washington, at least the last season anyway. But he was like projected inside the guard by a lot of teams. I don't know if that's maybe Pittsburgh views him as a center, or they're going to give it a shot. We'll see.
Yeah.
So the Dolphins pick is in. We're waiting.
We're waiting. Yeah, I don't know. I could see this being a number of picks. Pretty much all your big.
I mean, I presume it's just going to be somebody fast.
Yeah.
But ESPN showing a graphic right now of all the players that they lost in this offseason, and a lot of them guys is on defense.
Big guys, Christian Wilkins being the biggest.
Yeah, and Rick Holmes. So both their interior defensive linemen. So you would think maybe Johnny Newton could be in play here. Maybe they get a go for a pass rusher.
I see it. Okay.
That corner could be in play as well. But the pick is in for Miami, and it is going to be Penn State edge rusher Chop Robinson. Goes 21 overall here to the Miami Dolphins. I mentioned I knew it was going to be somebody that's fast. Chop Robinson at 254 pounds ran the 40 in 4.48.
Good grief.
He's fast.
That's fast.
96%, almost a 97% athlete coming out of Penn State. The issues with Chop Robinson are his production. Why did he not have more sacks at Penn State? Is the question that you would ask for a guy that athletic, that fast. Why didn't he get to the quarterback more? Those are the questions. We'll see if he answers them at the next level. But like I said, he gets around the edge quick.
Yeah, look, I mean, they did need it's weird because I think everyone views Miami as like a pretty talented team, but they still had a lot of needs based on, not only injury, but they did lose a bunch in free agency. And maybe they just saw this, maybe they viewed this as kind of like a value. And they just said, hey, like he's the best available for our needs. And that makes sense. I'm glad they didn't take Graham Barton yet because that's my draft crush. And I only have a few more picks.
Yeah, you're a big Graham Barton guy, huh?
Big Graham Barton guy.
Oh.
I don't know. Like, I mean, I feel like for the Packers, the DeJean love is there. I think he's probably been the Beetlejuice name, like said the most, which means we're not taking him. And I don't know. I'm like, I mean, I think I would love that too. I certainly wouldn't be upset, but I still think losing Bach, and there's been a lot of talk of moving Zach Tom to center, that getting, I don't know. I don't know what we do. Then we should actually take a tap. I don't know what we're going to freaking do. It's killing me. But here, pick is not in yet. So what is Howie Roseman up to?
It's a good question. 2.5 minutes left on the clock for the Eagles. Could they be working the phones, trying to move back since all the corners fell right in their lap? They're like, well, maybe we can get something else.
Yeah.
Squeeze something out of somebody.
Yeah.
Eagles on the clock. We said it. We said it earlier that they signed A.J. Brown to a big extension before the draft started tonight.
Yeah.
Eagles been throwing that money around.
Justin Jefferson is just
He
bathing
is a happy guy.
Yeah.
Brad is advocating for the Lions to move up here.
No, Brad. Bad Brad. I'm just kidding.
Brothgar said, who is the best Georgia Bulldog available? That's a good question. I don't know that that would be the guy that Georgia would go with here. It's Ladd McConkey would be, I think, the best Georgia player available. The next one after that would be the safety, Javon Bullard.
Yeah. I saw him mocked to some Packers. What, third-ish round? Is that right?
Bullard.
Third? Yeah, Bullard. All right, pick is in.
All right, so we've got the pick. ESPN's making the rounds. I switched to ESPN from NFL Network on my television because for some reason NFL Network, all of their commercials on YouTube TV were giving me the moment of zen. And I wasn't seeing the board across the bottom, and that was bugging me.
Oh my God.
I went over to ESPN because for as odd as I don't want to see commercials, I mean, at least I can still see the bottom. The bottom line. So
I feel like you're part of the program still.
And it's so weird not listening to the broadcast anymore, as this was such a staple of my childhood and teenage years.
Oh,
So, but can't have the copyright.
yeah. You can't have it like
The copyright violations. The pick for the Eagles is in,
right.
and like I said, I felt like it was going to be a corner all along.
Mitchell, I mean,
That feels safe here.
feels safer.
Brad's throwing his lot onto
I'm saying
into the Nate Wiggins lot. Brad says we're not missing anything. Booger McFarland is exhausting. That's probably fair.
Oh man. Yeah, he is. All right. Come on. This could, yeah. I definitely think it's going to be corner.
Yeah, that definitely like feels almost automatic.
Yeah.
At this point, just like I said, everybody almost mocked a trade for them trading up for a corner.
Yeah.
And here they are sitting pat at 22. Howie Roseman really is a genius, everybody.
Pick of the litter. Yeah. What a genius.
Sits back, doesn't do anything, and can get the best corner that he wants. And whichever he has the pick of the litter.
Yeah. It's like, I don't know. Is it essential oils? Like, what is he doing over there?
I don't know what that is.
We're talking. Oh, I don't know. It seems like really like Zen, like sage. I'm like, what is he doing? I don't know. Maybe something.
So the pick is in. The Philadelphia Eagles have taken Toledo cornerback Quinyon Mitchell at pick 22. He is the best corner in this class on my board. Tremendous week at the Senior Bowl. Really, that's where he kind of jumped out to everybody. Was locked down each and every practice that he participated in. Had some notable battles with Roman Wilson of Michigan on day 2 of practice down there. Then went to the combine and blew it up, where he ran at 6 foot 195, ran a 4.33 40 with a 1.51 split, including a 38-inch vertical and a 10-foot broad jump. Number 12 on my board, 9 on Shane's, 10 on Paul's, 9.83 RAS for Quinyon Mitchell. Big, fast, height, weight, speed is what they say.
Yeah.
He's just gonna get better, right? And a game against Northern Illinois, Miranda, 4 interceptions in one game, including 2 pick sixes for Quinyon Mitchell.
Vic Fangio is like peeing his pants, isn't he?
So, yep. Brad, best in the class, good choice. Hopefully means Detroit can get Arnold. I got a feeling the Jags might be looking at Terry and Arnold here after they trade back, and if they were looking at corner.
Yeah.
At 16, now they could get one falling like right in their lap as well.
Yeah, they still have their pick of the litter. Yeah, this is.
Yeah, I had in my final mock the Eagles trading up for Terry and Arnold, but instead they stay pat at 22 and get Quinyon Mitchell here. Just great ball skills.
Yeah.
He can play man. He can play off. I love the pick for the Eagles, and like I said, they definitely needed it.
They did.
By any means. Looking at their depth chart, if you look there, their projected starting corners, Darius Slay is still good.
Still good.
James Bradbury was the other. Now they drafted Keely Ringo in last year in the 4th round, but that ain't gonna fly.
No.
Quinyon Mitchell is going to be a starting corner for the Eagles this year.
That's huge.
Yep. So Jacksonville on the clock, originally slated to pick 17. Now they fall back here to pick 23 after Minnesota traded up to draft Dallas Turner. Jacksonville picked up a pair of 2025 mid-round picks, a third and a 5. They got a 5th round this year, pick 167, to come back 6 spots. If they were indeed targeting a corner, the most of the lot is there.
Yeah. Like you said, Arnold, perhaps. I mean, Kool-Aid.
I had them selected Nate Wiggins in my mock draft, but at that point, Mitchell and Arnold were already gone.
Cooper DeJean. Like, there's a lot of fun. She's adorable. That's a grandmother? How is that possible? She looks my age. Ma'am.
People be having kids young. Which want me to tell you? I don't know.
I guess so. All right. Yeah. Man. And then, okay, I know we're jumping ahead a little bit here, but like Dallas's pick is very intriguing to me.
Yeah.
I don't know. I tried to pick the brain of a few friends of mine that were Dallas fans, and it's all over the board. I know Jerry Coleman or whatever, but
Dan Graziano tweeted out, and this is pretty good. The 23rd pick started in Cleveland, but was traded in the Deshaun Watson trade.
Mm-hmm.
Then Houston traded it to Minnesota.
Yeah.
Minnesota traded it to Jacksonville. So Jacksonville was the 4th owner of the 23rd pick.
Wow. That's weird. That's about the wonkiest thing tonight, isn't it?
So Jacksonville, like I said, could get a corner here.
Yeah.
I wouldn't be surprised that they forever seem to be trying to replace Cam Robinson at left tackle. Is this a Brian Thomas Jr. spot? Receiver could be in play. Calvin Ridley.
Left. I was just going to say Calvin Ridley's out.
They don't. Their current wide receiver room looks like
not great.
Gabe Davis, who they signed as a free agent, Christian Kirk, they signed as a free agent 2 years ago, and Zay Jones. So we can improve that room. Like I said, Cam Robinson, I feel like they've been trying to replace him at left tackle for a while. Corner, they have Ronald Darby and Tyson Campbell, who they drafted in the 2nd round in 21. So that could be a spot here for the Jags, again, who traded back 6 spots here in one of only 2 trades tonight.
I think you're right, though. I think the fact that they traded back at that point with all those corners available almost kind of gives you an indication it's probably a corner. If I had to guess, I don't know who, because there are a plethora.
We're going to talk about the intriguingness of the Cowboys pick, or what they could be up to here in just a second.
I can't wait. I'm going to be nice too, ish.
You sure about that?
No. Oh.
So with the 23rd pick in the 1st round, the Jacksonville Jaguars take LSU wide receiver Brian Thomas Jr.
Just called
here at 23rd. He was the best wide receiver left on the board.
Mm-hmm.
17 touchdowns this year, I believe, or 18.
Something like that.
Just crazy production on the other side of Malik Neighbors.
Yeah.
Right? So the Jaguars get Thomas Jr. here at pick 23.
Nuts. Huh. Oh, boy.
Thomas Jr. is 6 foot, almost 6'3", 209. Ran a 4.33 40 at Indy with a 1.5 10-yard split, 38.5-inch vertical, 10'6" broad jump. Tested 9.86 RAS, 15 on my board, 22nd on Shane's, 15th on Paul's. Goes 23rd here.
That's insane.
Yep. Brian Thomas Jr., the pick. And like I said, just in crazy production here, can go up and get the 50-50 ball. I don't know how nuanced of a route runner he is, right? That might be the knock on him, but he's a big-time go-getter of the football. Jaden Daniels, and this crazy ball plays for Jaden Daniels. That's why he was the number 2 pick in the draft.
Sure.
All those highlights there. But going to Jacksonville, Brian Thomas Jr. That brings us up to the Cowboys. And but first, I want to say good night to our man Tommy. He's got to get up early tomorrow. But Tommy, man, you're the man. I appreciate you for being on, even if you are a Steelers fan. I appreciate you being on in here tonight through the first 23 picks, and I'm sure we'll see you again here the rest of the weekend. Dallas is up, 4.5 minutes left on their pick at pick 24. Then Miranda gets to start sweating. When the pack goes on the clock. Dallas defensive line, offensive line, definitely offensive line.
Offensive line is, that's my first thought. I mean, I've seen offensive line kind of the most for Dallas, which to me makes the most sense.
Brad agrees here, and so does Zach in the chat.
I've seen wide receivers, I think in the going for 2 mock that I did a few weeks ago, somebody took AD Mitchell for Dallas, which is interesting. I don't know if that's how I would go, but I mean, again, I don't know shit, but again, defensive line, which I don't know who is still left on your best available defensive line.
If we're looking on the interior of the defensive line, it's Johnny Newton from Illinois. Yeah. Now, he was predicted to fall, some injury concerns. Okay. We kind of saw this coming. After that, the next edge rusher I have up is Darius Robinson from Missouri, who's kind of an inside-out guy, maybe a bit of a tweener in this class, if you will. I think he's a defensive end for the most part at 6'5", 285, but he has inside like pass rush versatility if need be. Miranda, if you give me like 2 minutes, I got to duck out for just a second. So entertain the folk.
You're good. There's no pick in yet, everyone. Everyone stretch your legs. We still have how many picks? 8. Wow. I can't see the comments right now, but I would like to hear, again, I feel like Dallas is, to me, one of the most intriguing teams this year, based on where they came from. Kind of a weird arc. They've had a lot of talent recently, kind of underperformed, and now they have some more holes to fill. I would love to hear everyone's thoughts on where they're going here with this pick, because I wouldn't be shocked in a number of decisions here. And I'm hoping that they don't take any of my Green Bay draft crushes, who I will say, I think it's been pretty clear that Cooper DeJean is up there, but for me, it's Graham Barton. So we'll see. We will see how this goes. There seems like a lot of commercials recently. I think it's literally every other pick.
All right. I'm assuming I missed absolutely nothing as the clock is still ticking on the Cowboys.
Pick isn't even in yet.
So I was told by the great alcoholics out there to mix in a water. Is that true?
Oh, yeah. Gotta do water.
All right, we're going to make this a 3-person booth because I'm going to let you stay on until
All right.
the Packers come off the clock here. But Brian Lamb, my man from NFL Draft Lounge, how are you doing, man? How are you enjoying this first round?
It's just like I thought it would go.
Right?
The mock draft is what,
mine.
23 for 23.
Yeah. Jeez. Genius.
Yeah, I don't know where to start.
Dallas has made a trade here, and Brad is going to be happy. As the Detroit Lions have come up to pick 23 or 24 up from 29.
They're taking a corner.
Got to be a corner.
Yeah,
right? Got to be.
Jesus H.
Brad is pumped. Let's go.
Brad. I'm happy for Brad, but I'm not happy for the Lions. That's fair.
It seems like a good deal for the Cowboys, right? To move back. Because they can still get some of these. I know interior offensive line's been with the position the Cowboys have been linked to, and those guys are going to be there at 29.
Yeah. Dan Campbell is like neurotically drinking something.
Dan Campbell seems like the kind of guy that neurotically does a lot of things.
The prickly pear Michelob Ultra.
Lions give up pick 73 in the third round to come up 5 spots.
Okay.
I imagine they'll get a 25 7th round pick going back. For those who are going to be doing their 7-round 2025 mock drafts later in the week, scoring at home. The 7th round pick next year going back to Detroit from Dallas.
Wowza.
And by those people, I mean you, Shane, if you're still listening. Detroit just acquired a 7th round pick from Dallas in 2025.
It's like, I'm on 2027. Like, relax.
So this has got, like I said, we're just out and out. Just know this is a corner.
And
right?
give us, it's got to be. Let's hear it.
All right, so your team's on the clock, Miranda, by the way. The clock is ticking on Green Bay. All right, how are you feeling?
I got to pee, kind of.
That's not good.
Because, I haven't peed now in like over an hour, but also because I'm nervous. I guess I'm a nervous peer. I feel good. What?
I said that happens to the best of us.
Yeah.
Where do you think I just went?
Yeah,
I've been here since 7 o'clock. It ain't moved, man.
Yeah.
And I'm like Forrest Gump over here. I've been drank like 13 Dr. Peppers, man. I had to go.
I gotta pee. I feel really good because, again, like, my guys are still hanging out there, but knowing the Packers, they'll just do something I've not even thought about. So I don't know. Maybe I'll get my Graham Barton dreams, or even Cooper DeJean I'll be happy with. But watch, they'll take Cooper DeJean or something.
The 250K Lion fans, or at least 200K of those are Lions fans, I would assume, right?
Yeah. Oh,
waiting with bated breath because they're not on Twitter and didn't see the pick 3 minutes ago. So we got local high school kids out here.
I know. Let's move this along. Oh my God.
I have 3 months to get into flag football shape.
Hell yeah.
Blues Wolf says Arnold or Kool-Aid. Brothgar, assuming it's going to be Terry and Arnold. And it is indeed going to be Alabama cornerback Terrion Arnold is the pick here for the Detroit Lions. My number 19 overall player, Shane's 15th. Paul's number 9 overall player goes 24 to the Detroit Lions. 9.22 RAS, ran a 4.540 at 5'11 and 3/4, 189, 31.5-inch arms, 37-inch vertical, 10'9" broad jump. But the shuttles were where it's at, right, Brian? 4.24 in the short shuttle, 6.69 3-cone for Arnold.
Yeah, I mean, he's athletic. I mean, I think that's what we've always gone back to with him. Just plays really well. That's to get him at 24. I mean, that's a heck of a steal. I had him at 19 on my board.
Yep. So we were the same on that.
Yeah.
So,
I like the outfit there. It's different, but he rocked it.
is that one of them ones that changes colors depending on how the light hits it?
Yeah, kind of. It definitely has like that iridescent. Yeah. It looked like drapes from like the 90s, but like somehow he pulled it off.
All right, so the Lions signed 2 corners in free agency this year. Carlton Davis over from Tampa Bay. They signed Amik Robertson, came over as well. But Terrion Arnold definitely probably going to slide into that starting lineup, right?
Yeah, I mean, if you look at their corners, I mean, it's obvious that that's a position that they had to address early here in the NFL draft. So, there was some talk about maybe an interior offensive lineman here in the first round. And instead they go secondary. Can't fault them for it when you could look at their depth. There's just not a lot of talent there for them.
You okay, Miranda? Clock ticking, 8 minutes to go for the Pack.
I'm nervous. It's a weird spot to be in because I just kind of figured most of the guys I've heard, obviously Cooper DeJean, Graham Barton, but then there's been like Jordan Morgan. There's guys that I've heard names of, and I just think the first 2 pick is in. Oh,
they wasted no time here. They turned this card in 2 minutes.
Yeah. That makes me think it's like it's one of those 2 guys. They're both like they both kind of have Packers written all over them, right? They're both extremely versatile. I don't know.
Neat stat here before we get the Packers pick, but that is since Jerry Jones purchased the team, that is the 72nd draft day trade the Cowboys have made.
Good grief.
When did he buy that team? In what, 88? 89?
Shoot.
I was born in 86, Brian. I have no
Damn it, son.
Ew.
Yes,
Youngins out here, man. Let me tell you. That sounds right. I'm not looking it up. I'm just going to say 88, 89.
Sounds about right, though.
Well, I know with the 89 draft, he owned the team. They drafted Troy Aikman number 1. Yeah. I do know that. So it had to be before that.
February 25th, 1989.
Bingo. Nicely done, Brian.
Well, they had him before so it was before that draft anyway. Miranda's too young of a Green Bay fan to realize the all-time bonehead pick the Packers made in that draft, where in a top 5 with 4 Hall of Fame players, they drafted Tony Mandarich.
When was this, in 89?
1989.
Oh, shit.
Troy Aikman was 1. Barry Sanders was 3. Derek Thomas was 4, and Deion Sanders was 5.
Oh my God!
And the Packers drafted Tony Mandarich at number 2. Not sure how much you've ever heard of that, but look that one up and get sad.
I've heard that, but I will. Yeah, I'll do some digging. That's just it. That's fun because we've started from the bottom and now we're here. Come on.
Are we going to go to commercial?
Drag this shit out. Just wait. They will. And then I'm going to go to the bathroom if that's the case. I mean, I get it. Terry and Arnold's fun to watch, but they're geared up for commercials. I can tell. Maybe
They're thinking about it.
they're thinking about it. It seems like commercially. Back to the Lions. I don't know. The pick is in though. Come on, man.
I'm seeing a name pop up here, but I haven't. Never mind. I see it now. Okay, I know who the pick is.
Yeah.
It's interesting.
Oh no! Oh no!
Just wait, Miranda. Don't go looking.
I saw.
Oh, never mind.
I mean, I just said his name. One of them of the like 4. Okay. I would actually like your thoughts once we get to the point of announcing this.
I'm going to let Brad handle this one. Whenever the Brian, I'm sorry, not Brad. When the time comes.
I just want to hear your thoughts, because I don't know much about this particular specimen so far.
Let me scroll down my board.
Oh, great. You know, I have to just tell myself that I trust Brian Gutekunst. I didn't love the Jordan Love pick. There was a lot of picks that I've just been like, what the shit are you doing? I don't know.
I have thoughts, and I'm waiting on this pick to come in.
There we go. I see it now. I can't wait to see Twitter erupt. Packers Twitter is going to be hilarious. I'm going to drink so many more beers.
Get them ready.
Oh, I see Drew.
All right, the pick is in, and the Green Bay Packers are going to select Arizona offensive tackle Jordan Morgan. Brian, I'll start with you before I let Miranda cry over there. When we saw him from the bleachers in Mobile, did you think Jordan Morgan was going to be coming off on night one?
I did not.
And tell us your reasons.
I just don't think he's very good. No. Look, I had Tyler Guyton and Patrick Paul ranked above him.
Yeah.
Not by much.
Okay.
I mean,
yeah.
Jordan Morgan was 35th on my board. So it's not a huge, jump up. I mean, I just think there's better players on the board.
Available, yeah.
He becomes the 7th, is my count right, offensive tackle drafted here in the first round.
Is that a record?
Alt, Latham, Fashanu, Fuaga, Mims, Fatanu, Morgan. 7th offensive tackle drafted in the first round. 6'5", 311. A lot of people think he's going to kick inside, which is why it's interesting, the Packers selection here, because of the arm length. Only 32 and 7/8-inch arms. Ran a 5.04 40 with a 1.69-10 split. 9.1 athlete per RAS. 43 on my board, 28 on Shane's, 44 on Paul's board. You had him 35, Brian, on yours. It's interesting because looking at the Packers depth chart, I mean, he played left tackle. You signed Andre Dillard. You have Rasheed Walker, a 7th-round pick of 2022, currently slated as the starting left tackle. Is that where they envision Jordan Morgan playing left tackle?
Yeah, I don't know. Rasheed hasn't been, fantastic, but
yeah, I mean, he doesn't have great arm length. I'd hope that he's not playing left tackle.
Right. I mean, it's interesting because, I mean, you're going against, Minnesota just drafted Dallas Turner now off the edge, and with Jonathan Grenard, Aiden Hutchinson in Detroit coming off the edge. It's an interesting pick. Like I said, Brad said Aiden Hutchinson's ready to eat him up already. Paul Cook, Packer Twitter meltdown, 3, 2, 1. Yeah, it's
Here for it.
It's an interesting pick. But Miranda, we're going to let you go drink the rest of those beers you have in the fridge to get you to bed tonight, because that's I'm not sure how I kept you 15 minutes long to see Jordan Morgan drafted to Green Bay.
I know. Exactly. All right. I'll be there. I'll jump in the chat.
All right. Bye, Miranda.
Bye, guys.
It's Miranda Wilhelm. Yeah, she can't be. I don't know. Jordan Morgan may end up being a great player, and we're going to look back on this and think why. But if you were Green Bay there, where are you going with that pick instead of what they did?
Well, I mean, if you want to stick with offensive tackle, I mean, you could go Tyler Guyton. You could go Patrick Paul. Looking at NFL Network and Lance Zierlein's rankings grades, he had Tyler Guyton ranked right above him at a 6.41 to a 6.36. Behind Jordan Morgan, Blake Fisher, from a 6.36 to a 6.26. So he kind of has those guys close. I mean, it's we don't know what he can do. We don't know what he did during the workouts that they had with him. They could be really impressed with him. He could have been very impressive. We don't know. But going off the game film, probably not the pick I would have made.
I will say this. He was the offensive tackle that I thought gave the most trouble to Laiatu Latu this year. So I'll give him credit for that. Tampa Bay's pick's been in for a few minutes. I haven't actually combed Twitter looking for this yet, but I have 11 players left with 7 picks to go in the first round that I had top 32 grades on. Johnny Newton sits alone at the top. Injury concerns there. Cooper DeJean, Kool-Aid McKinstry, Nate Wiggins, all corners still on the board. Jackson Powers Johnson was my top interior offensive lineman, followed closely by Graham Barton. And we have Darius Robinson and Chris Braswell, 2 edge rushers I have. Then there's a clump of receivers. I have 20, 30, and 31 on my board. Xavier Worthy, Ladd McConkey, Adonai Mitchell, all still available as well. Tampa Bay, what are we looking for here with the Bucks?
Well, in my latest mock, I had him moving up to 23 in a trade with the Vikings for Graham Barton. I mean, that's a versatile interior offensive lineman, can play guard, can play center. We were going to see him play center at the Senior Bowl until he had to pull out with an injury. I mean, I think he can play all 5 positions on the offensive line if he had to. That's where I would lean.
ESPN stats just throwed up something that said the 14 offensive players that started the draft. That's the longest streak at any point in any draft ever of straight offensive picks. And we started tonight with 14. But getting back to Barton here, if he is the pick, I assume that would be kicking Robert Hainsey out of their starting center spot. They signed Sua Opeta as a free agent from Philadelphia, or maybe he plays guard, or maybe Hainsey moves over to left guard if you want Barton to play center. They drafted Cody Mock last year. I think that one's going to work out. Tristan Wirfs obviously been a stud at left tackle, and Luke Goedeke starting at right tackle, if that's the place they want to go. Corner is a place I thought they could look at here, as Jamel Dean and Zion McCollum both currently occupy those spots. So Kool-Aid McKinstry, Nate Wiggins, I think would be in play here for Tampa Bay as well.
Yeah, I mean, they need a nickel corner as well, where they just don't have a lot of talent there and depth.
Yeah, you don't generally see teams draft a nickel in the first round, though.
You don't, but you would go with the third corner.
Yeah. It is Graham Barton. They've listed him as a center. So there you go. Graham Barton is going 26th overall. Arizona's pick at 27 is already in as well, by the way. They they didn't mess around. Waiting to go on the clock. But we talked about Barton, very versatile, was a left tackle at Duke. Now is going to be a center for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. And like I said, we were really hoping to see him at the Senior Bowl. By the way, Barton, if you're scoring athletic at home, was the most athletic player in this draft class per Raz at 9.99. 28 on my board, 31 on Shane's, 28 on Paul's. 4.9740 for Mr. Barton at 313 pounds. He didn't do the vertical or broad jump or the bench press, but his 20-yard shuttle was at 4.55 and a 3-cone of 7.31. Ridiculous times for a man of his size.
Yeah, I had him 26 on my board.
So dead on.
Yeah, I mean, like you said, it's just the athleticism and the versatility of what he can do on the offensive line that I think just makes him, that enticing for a team.
So the Cardinals picked Marvin Harrison Jr. First, fourth overall with their first pick. Now they've got another one. This was the pick they acquired last year from Houston, correct?
Yes.
When Houston traded up for Will Anderson in the first round. Here's the Cardinals pick, and it's going to be Darius Robinson, the edge rusher from Missouri, another guy who, he really stood out at the Senior Bowl, didn't he?
He did. I had him in my mock going 27 to the Arizona Cardinals.
Attaboy.
Yeah, I mean, and I have him 27th on my board. Just an impressive player. I mean, like you said, we saw him at the Senior Bowl and almost from the start, like just impressive player. And throughout this pre-draft process, has just slowly risen up draft boards, and we see why now.
So Robinson 6'5", 285. We don't use the word tweener a lot anymore, right? That's kind of a long, forlorn piece of draft nomenclature there. But when we say tweener, it's basically a guy who's too small for one spot but too big for another type of deal. I don't know if that kind of applies here. Is he too big to be an edge but too small to be an interior defensive lineman? I guess that's a question. But to me, with the defense that Arizona runs, he's going to be more of a 5 for them, right? More of a 5 technique.
Yeah. I don't think he's too big. Maybe you can kick him out to outside linebacker. I don't know. Let him do something there. I thought he was very impressive. I think he can kind of play whatever position you can kind of put out there and just let him get after the ball.
There you go. 6'5", 285. But he is now the least athletic person to be drafted so far.
Yeah.
Of everyone that's tested, he is the first non-green Raz player to be drafted. 7.72 Raz for Darius Robinson. So everybody else has been green or didn't test.
On NFL.com, on their next gen stats, his athleticism score 58, which for the edge position ranked 26th.
It's not ideal
at the 2024 combine. No, it is not.
So we'll see. He's a good football player, though. I do know that. I won't take that away from the guy. I think he fits well with the defensive scheme that Arizona runs out there. So he should be fine.
They're just gonna have to find a way to, use him. Whatever can, just kind of, balance him really well.
for those scoring, we've got a trade. Buffalo has moved out with Kansas City. Kansas City's coming up. So Kansas City's coming up 3 spots from 31. And their pick is in. Is this a corner or a wide receiver? What are we doing here?
I would think offensive line if they're trading up.
So this is an interesting pick. So the trade details. Buffalo will get pick 32. I wrote 31 down. I don't know why. They will get a 3rd round pick, number 95, and a 7th round pick, number 221. Kansas City gets pick 28. They get a 4th round pick, 133, and a 7th round pick, 248. So they swap 3 and 4. They swap spots in the 7th to come up 4 spots here in the first round.
I see the pick.
I do as well.
Yeah.
It's what they need. I'll say that.
It is. I'm shocked that
that
Bills
Buffalo gave that up.
Willing to let that happen.
A little bit. Little surprising. So we'll wait till the NFL comes back from break here. I'll update everybody on the mock draft scoring over here at the Huddle Report. We're through 27 picks there, and somebody named Jason Boris from something called the Times News is running away with this thing. He's matched 13 players to teams here, 52 points here. Brian Bosarge from Draft Countdown currently has 6 matches and 35 points. So I'm a little off the lead here. I don't think I can make it up to get to the top here. Brian Lamb did not submit to the Huddle Report.
I'm
Brian,
not on the Huddle Report, no.
Why, man?
I should have done it. I know. I'm self-conscious.
That's sad.
I will grade my own and I'll let you know the score.
Yeah, I got emailed for a contest and I completely forgot about it.
Which contest is that?
Hold on. I'll give him a shout out because I'm going to apologize to the guy. He reached out to me, asked me to join their mock contest, and I completely forgot. Mock Mayhem.
I joined that one.
I did not, and I feel bad about it. Not that I would have won anyway, because obviously my mock draft's in the toilet. But I apologize to the guy who DM'd me on Twitter at Mock Mayhem. I completely forgot. But if you are scoring at home for Draft Countdown, I am currently ahead by 1 point over Mr. Shane P. Hallam.
I would love to see how I'm doing on Mock Mayhem.
But you know who is leading for the Draft Countdown? Brad Menendez currently with 38 points and seven hits there. So I hear you, Big Brad. First ever entry into the mock draft contest.
How many points?
He has 38.
We have a guy that entered, and he is at 38 as well.
All right. So Kansas City trades up here. Like I said, we did a lot of pick swapping in the 3rd and the 7th round here with Buffalo and Kansas City. You mentioned you thought it might be offensive line. That's obviously not what it is. But, I think everybody probably mocked wide receiver to Kansas City. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, I mean, I put Ladd McConkey there at 32.
I did too, because I just didn't know where else. I had all the other wide receivers were gone. So
Well, I think we all assumed it would be a slot receiver, given their current situation with
And-
Rashee Rice.
Yeah, that is a situation. There, some. Was a DUI, hit and run.
It was a hit and run. Yeah.
Well, I guess technically it couldn't have been DUI because they didn't catch him driving the car, right? So that's kind of how the legal process there works.
Well, can't catch him when you're doing 130.
That is also true. They acquired Hollywood Brown earlier as an outside receiver, but their other wide receivers starting Justin Watson, Rashee Rice. And with the pick in here for Kansas City, they traded up from 31 to 28 to draft the fastest guy ever at the combine officially. Xavier Worthy from Texas is the pick here for Kansas City. Mahomes can't outthrow him, right?
I would hope not. Yeah, I wasn't as impressed with him as others. He's 31 on my board. It was hard for me to figure out what he did well outside of run really, really fast.
I think he creates separation enough, which he should with his speed, where he's going to run into problems if a defender can get their hands on him, right? He's 5'11", but only 165 pounds. He's got decent arm length, though, at 31 1/8, but a 1.49 10-yard split is ridiculous. The 4.21 is obviously ridiculous, but he also had a 41-inch vertical and a 10'11" broad jump. He didn't do the shuttles, but a 9.35 RAS, 29 on my board, 21 on Shane's board, and 34 on Paul's board. You had him, where did you say?
31.
31. So Xavier Worthy, he can take the top off the defense for sure. And he's got return skills as well, if I'm not mistaken. He's a hell of a return man. And that obviously has more added value now with the NFL going to the XFL kick rules starting next season. I think, me and you are going to be on for most of the day on day 3. I think we're going to talk about those kick rules a lot, I believe, when we get there with some of those names. We might start seeing in the 6th and 7th round. We might be seeing some deep cuts there.
The names I haven't studied.
Hey, man, don't look at me.
I will say, in what is maybe surprising here, according to NFL Next Gen Stats, his athleticism score was 98, which ranks first at the NFL Combine
There you
for
go.
wide receivers. So shocking.
Man, run fast. Well, let's hope his career does better than the last guy that broke the Combine 40 record. Not that I need to remind Bengals fans that they drafted John Ross over the quarterback that will be throwing the ball to Xavier Worthy, Patrick Mahomes.
Yeah. And the pick is in for the Dallas Cowboys here.
Bubba said, I thought the fluff stuff was saved for day 2. I presume he means the Kansas City Chiefs guy and not me and Brian over here rambling on and on as we wait for the picks to come in and such. Yeah, Dallas's pick is in.
I still can't get over that the Bills let the Chiefs take that.
Yeah, that seems to be the sentiment on Twitter. Dustin Fox tweeted the Bills didn't have to take Worthy, but how do you hand him to Mahomes on a silver platter? Right? I mean,
the only thing that I can think is that they saw something on film that they didn't like in Worthy and were willing to let him go to the Chiefs. I don't know. I don't.
Ravens are on the clock. Cowboys pick is in. I have it here.
I have it as well.
The pick is in, and it will be Oklahoma offensive tackle Tyler Guyton. This is another guy we saw at the Senior Bowl. What were your thoughts watching him down here in Mobile?
Yeah, I didn't watch a ton of him, I'll be honest. But I mean, I think it's what the Cowboys needed. I had them going with Troy Fatanu, the tackle out of Washington at 24. Terrence Steele just had a down year. So I think there's some concern there for them. So I mean, I had offensive tackle here pegged for the Cowboys of what they were going to do.
Yeah, they drafted Tyler Smith first round in 22 out of Tulsa. He's been pretty good, right?
Yep.
But Terrence Steele, I never liked him coming out. He was one of the that was the last Senior Bowl, I believe, at Ladd Stadium, and the Bengals. That was the year the Bengals were coaching that team, and their Jim Turner, I can't remember what his name was, the Bengals offensive line coach at that time. Dude just browbeat Terrence Steele every day. But Tyler Guyton's an athlete. He's a former tight end, converted to offensive tackle. And if you're a fan of the podcast, you know I love them guys. Always a big fan of tight ends turned offensive tackles. He's 6'7", almost 6'8", 322, 34-inch arms, ran a 5'1", 940. Had a 34.5-inch vertical, 8'11" broad jump, 4'7", 20 split, 20 shuttle, and a 7.53 cone. 9.7 RAS for Tyler Guyton, 39 on my board, 29 on Shane's board, 31 on Paul's board.
I had him 30.
So almost dead on.
Yeah, I mean, he ranked 9th on the NFL athleticism score for offensive tackles. Like you said, converted from tight end. Obviously, he's athletic, and going to give the Cowboys a little bit of maybe some flexibility on what they want to do there as far as pulling him or putting him out there as a lead blocker.
Ravens pick is in on the clock, or they're on the clock now, or San Francisco, I should say, is on the clock at 31. The Ravens pick is in. What do you think the Ravens could be targeting here?
I had them going Amarius Mims at 30 in my mock. Obviously,
great minds. I also had them taking Amarius Mims.
Yeah. I mean, look at 6'8" or whatever Mims is. I thought he would fall, so I was off on that.
So Ravens offensive tackle is a need, but we've seen that tree might not have any fruit left, right? As we're now at 8 offensive tackles deep here in the first round. Value's probably not there, which I'm kind of glad the Bengals got it when they got it now, to be honest. I don't know what's going to be there when they're roll back around in the second round now. But the Ravens, you mentioned offensive tackle, Daniel Falele currently slated to be the starting right tackle for them. That's not ideal, right?
It's not.
Brandon Stevens currently manning the one of the corner spots opposite Marlon Humphrey. Corner could be in play here as well.
Safety.
There's no. They got Marcus Williams and Kyle Hamilton, right? I can't say. Plus, I can't see a safety going in the first round.
Yeah, they just don't have a lot of depth there.
Yeah,
at that.
You could sell me on. I mean, I don't know if Johnny Newton fits here. That maybe they add another pass rusher as well.
I guess Cooper DeJean is still on the board, right?
He is as well. So is Nate Wiggins, the corner from Clemson. Kool-Aid McKinstry still on the board as well. So they like them Alabama players. But that is not. They go to former Alabama player Dabo Swinney. Corner is Nate Wiggins is the pick for the Ravens. Here, he's also fast.
He is fast. I had him 12th on my big board.
There you go. 26th on mine, 23rd on Shane, 24th on Paul's, 12th on your board. 4.28 40, but a 1.5 split with 36-inch vertical, a 10'7" broad jump. He's 6'1", 173 with 30.5-inch arms.
Yeah, I mean, I loved him. I love the tape. I thought his hands at the line of scrimmage were, very physical. Disrupts the timing of the receiver. I think he's a great tackler with excellent range from anywhere on the field, especially like that deep coverage. Don't think he has as high of a motor as maybe some others in this class, and sometimes just struggles to get his head turned back towards the ball when he's locked in on coverage.
Yep. So there you go. Can't teach speed though, right?
You cannot. Yeah,
That's what they always say.
that's what they said about me too. I was in track in 8th grade.
And who's the best wide receiver left? And do you think that's where the Saints go in the second round? Brian, I don't know about you. I'm putting out a day 2 mock tomorrow, or are you doing that as well?
I am. Yep.
We're kind of psychos like that, I guess. Shane also putting out a day 2 mock over at Draft Countdown. Best wide receivers on the board. I mean, McConkey's still available. A.D. Mitchell's still available. Saints pick 42nd, I think, tomorrow. There could be a chance that one of those guys there, maybe Xavier Legette from South Carolina, still on the board there. Malachi Corley from Western Kentucky could be there as well. Guy I like Corley. Keon Coleman, Florida State. He kind of fits the mold of what the Saints have had in receivers in the past. That might actually be the biggest one of interest when they come on the board at 42.
Yeah, Xavier Legette is the one that stood out for me. He's 33rd on my board. I know that you love him.
Well, I mean,
yeah.
I can't help it.
Yeah.
You know who doesn't love Xavier Legette? And that's Draft Countdown's own Shane P. Hallam,
Anybody
who has Xavier Legette currently on his board is the 94th ranked player.
I will say, and we both kind of witnessed this. He's not the friendliest guy. When he was pulled for an interview at the Senior Bowl.
Well, they're busy. It
was a long day.
I don't take slight on that sort of thing from the players themselves.
I don't either.
I have kind of taken slight at other members of the media that have kind of, I don't want to say bogarted, but tried to move in on when I've got a guy lined up. And I'm not even talking about the one you're thinking about that we've talked about, that we've chatted about. I'll go back to what year was Dallas Goedert drafted? I don't remember. But anyway, I was set to interview him, and a current member of ESPN just jumped right in front of me. And after I had been patiently waiting for him to finish, and decided he was going to talk to him.
I would love to get that name.
I'll tell you. I think because he owes you a jacket, sir.
That message is still unread. Yeah.
We're talking about Matt Miller, by the way, who I just think is a complete douche nozzle. And, good for him getting them ESPN checks, but I am not a fan of him or his work.
Nope.
So there you go. The first use of the word douche nozzle ever on the Draft Countdown podcast. It's late.
We'll use it a couple more times on Saturday.
Yep, there you go. Maybe we'll come up with something else. San Francisco's pick is in. Commonly mocked defensive back here. Let's try to get this thing back on track, right? DB, I think, was a common mock to them, and there's a couple of those to be had. DeJean, Kool-Aid McKinstry. Of the DBs available, who do you think fits San Francisco the best?
Well, I did not go DB. But as far as those that are still on board, I know I just mentioned Cooper DeJean as one of them. The other might be Ennis Rakestraw Jr. Is anybody else on the board that I'm missing?
As far as corners go, those are the top three. And then you start getting into the Max Meltons and TJ Tampas. I'm higher on Chris Abrams-Drain from Missouri than I would say the vast majority of everybody else. What was that look for, man?
I saw the pick.
Oh, okay.
I had them going Johnny Newton at 31.
I had the Bengals trading back into the first round to draft Johnny Newton here.
Yeah.
Obviously, that's not going to happen. I knew it wasn't going to happen when I did it. I was trying to will it into existence because I wanted the Bengals to do something fun and creative. But obviously, they had other plans.
They do.
All right, the 49ers pick is in, and they are going to America's Heartland here and drafting Iowa corner Cooper DeJean, maybe the best punt returner in this draft class. A lot of people want to say he's a safety because
No, they took – they're going wide receiver.
What did I read something wrong here? Did Twitter fail me? I am
Twitter has failed you. The pick is in.
Goddamn Draft Network.
Well, that's why they're on the way down.
Sons of bitches. Well, anyway, let's talk about Ricky Pearsall. Ricky Pearsall, first round pick. Go.
Began his collegiate career at Arizona State before transferring to Florida. Probably more of I don't know if he's a slot receiver. I think he can play outside, but a lot of the routes were kind of, originated outside before moving back inside. I think it fits with what the 49ers want to do. I think it tells you more about what they plan on doing with the rest of their wide receivers there than anything there.
Buffalo's traded the pick again. They're getting the hell out. And I'm going to assume they're going back one spot. Or they're going back to 39. I guess we'll wait and see. I'll quickly, before I go hunting for the details here, on Ricky Pearsall, his game against South Carolina was outstanding. Where I think he had like 200 plus. He's almost single-handedly won the game for Florida against South Carolina this year. A game South Carolina had no business losing, but did. And Pearsall was the big reason for that. I had him 73 on my board. I thought he was a low second, early third round pick, but he's a heck of an athlete. Tested 9.91 RAS, 4.41 40 at 6'1", 189. Had a great week at the Senior Bowl, 42-inch vertical, 10'9" broad jump. His shuttles are where it's at though. 405 in the short shuttle, 6'6", 3 cone. Our good buddy Pigskin Paul had him 47 on his board. Where was he at on yours, Brian?
51.
Okay, so higher than me. Shane had him 78.
Yeah, I believe that there was some off-field concerns there, if I'm remembering correctly.
With Pearsall?
Yeah.
I'm not sure. The Bills get pick 141, which I believe that will be in the 5th round. And the Carolina will get a 6th round pick, 200. So they'll swap a 5 and a 6 for Carolina to come up one spot here, which is it's interesting. I assume they want to get their receiver of their choice, which is odd that Buffalo keeps moving out of wide receivers.
They've got to have one that they like
And
are willing to let other teams come up to pick a wide receiver so they can get their guy.
Yeah.
That's the only thing I can think of at this point.
Miranda said, this is draft countdown after hours. Draft countdown after dark, baby. Jesus.
Now for Carolina, moving up a spot for what we assume would be a wide receiver is interesting.
Yep. So Buffalo just said, screw it. We're not drafting tonight. Oh. Oh.
Oh, indeed.
Oh. Well, now.
Well, we just talked about him.
We did, and we're going to talk about him a little bit more here, and I'm going to try not to glow a little bit here. But the final pick of the first round is in, and a Gamecock, baby, is gone in round 1. I'm jumping to commissioner here. This is we've gone on. We've rambled a lot here. But Xavier Legette, wide receiver, South Carolina. He told everybody, Carolina loves me. They're going to draft me. Well, by God, I thought they would draft him at 33 or 39. They've made Xavier Legette a first-round pick. Good for him is what I'll say. The knock on Legette, right, is just the 1 year production.
Yeah.
Right. And that was basically it. He had basically 12 games of production in South Carolina if you go back to the 2022 Gator Bowl. But against North Carolina this year just went ape and had like 200 yards receiving in the opener. 1,200 plus yards receiving this year. Was just the go-to guy. He's fast. He can run after the catch. He's a solid route runner. Like I said, and at 221 pounds, to me, him running a 4.39 is every bit as impressive as Xavier Worthy running a 4.21 at 165. I mean, you talk about, we mentioned height, weight, speed, 6'1", 221, 4.39 40-inch vertical, 10'6" broad. I had him 44th on my board. Paul had him 42nd. Shane had him 94th. We talked about that earlier. But yeah, I mean, he can take the top off, and we mentioned this earlier with DeJean, not DeJean, but that Legette, with the new kickoff rules in play, he was a tremendous kick returner before he ever got on the field as a wide receiver at South Carolina. And against Mississippi State, they're showing some of the highlights on ESPN now. He basically erased any and all angles against them on that team. Like I said, I love Xavier Legette as a Gamecock and as a player, and I'm happy for him to be a first-round pick. Buffalo had no intentions on taking Xavier Legette. Buffalo obviously had no intentions on taking Xavier Worthy. They know their guy. They picked up some picks. So Buffalo has done this right with the way they played it. But I've rambled about Legette long enough. What are your take right here?
Yeah, I mean, I think he's an excellent player. I had him 33rd on my board. I think the question for him going to Carolina is what are you getting out of Bryce Young now? Is he going to be a better player in year 2? Obviously, they're going to try to surround him with a couple more weapons. I don't think that they're done loading up on playmakers here. I like the pick. With the rest of the guys that are on the board at that position, between Ladd McConkey and A.D. Mitchell, Troy Franklin, maybe even Keon Coleman. I think it just makes a lot of sense there to go Legette.
They acquired Deontay Johnson in a trade earlier. They still got old man Thielen out there as well. But it's interesting because a player that he was off comp to is already in that wide receiver room he's about to join, and that's Jonathan Mingo, who they drafted in the 2nd round last year, who only had the 1 year production at Ole Miss, but blew up the combine and the like. I imagine this is the end of days for Terrence Marshall, who was a 2nd round pick in 21. Surprised the Bengals haven't made a run at him, offering like a late round pick or something just to get him in the just to get him back with his boys, right?
Yeah, I mean, I think that'd be a smart move there.
I mean, you telling me that's not worth a 6th round pick to send to Carolina?
Absolutely be.
Yeah.
I think
because he's obviously not in their plans anymore, right? So it's fun. Let me tell you this though. Hat tip to Jim Nagy and the Senior Bowl crew. Legette makes 10 players from the Senior Bowl drafted in the 1st round. I did not think they'd get that number. It matches their number from a few years ago, but 10 Senior Bowlers go, starting at Michael Penix, pick 8. He was the first. Bo Nix, then Fuaga, Latu, Quinyon Mitchell, Jordan Morgan, Darius Robinson, Tyler Guyton, Ricky Pearsall, which I think is and Xavier Legette are the 2 bigger surprises here. Going to 1st round, but 10 Senior Bowlers in the 1st round, Brian.
Look, I mean, they always promote it. The draft starts in Mobile. Can't say I'm that surprised, right?
I mean, that's 28% of the 1st round.
Yeah, maybe we'll get more people to play now.
Well, it's funny you say that because of the 10 that were drafted, how many actually made it to Saturday?
I don't know if any of them did they?
Did Guyton?
Well, I guess
my instinct says no. Let's see. Penix did not. Nix did play.
Nix played what, a series?
2 series. He played 2 series, but he did play. Fuaga did not. Latu did not. Mitchell did not. I will have to go back to my notes. I don't remember if Jordan Morgan did or not. I don't know that Darius Robinson did. I'll have to, like I said, I have to go back to my notes. I don't remember about Tyler Guyton. Ricky Pearsall did not, and Legette did not. So,
yeah,
it is what it is. There's no incentive to do that, but that's neither here nor there. Brian, overall thoughts on what was a record-setting 1st round?
Gosh. Did not think that we would set these records. I think everybody was kind of caught off guard. I thought that we would see more trades than we did. I did not expect that there would be a run at 6 quarterbacks to start the draft through the first, what was it, 12 picks?
12 picks.
12 picks. Half of the first 12 picks were quarterbacks. If you would have told me that a month ago, I would have been willing to bet you a large amount of money that wouldn't happen.
23 of the 32 players taken in the first round, offense.
Yeah.
That I don't know if that's a record or not, but it sounds like it should be.
Loved what the Vikings did. Only having to move up one spot for JJ McCarthy, who I think that they just had targeted the entire time. Didn't have to give up too much to get up there.
And also, I don't think they gave up a whole lot to come up for Dallas Turner either. 5 trades in the first round. Buffalo moved down. I mean, they basically moved down 5 spots with their 2 of their trades. Blues will say, what do we think about Atlanta? I don't know, man. That is to me the biggest head scratcher of the first round. Like we all nobody wanted to believe Bo Nix to the Broncos, but everybody was projecting it at one point or another. The Michael Penix to Atlanta is just wild to me.
Well, I mean, they're picking 8th for a reason. They haven't been very good. I don't think that they were a Michael Penix away from competing. You just signed Kirk Cousins. You're gonna have to figure that out. Michael Penix isn't the youngest person to come into the league. It's a head scratcher. I think that's the only thing you can say at this point is it's a head scratcher. I don't understand what the thought process is there.
So for those scoring at home on the draft countdown mock drafts, Brad Menendez gets the win for the draft countdown crew. He scores 39 points with 7 matches. Shane, 39 points with 6 matches. And myself, 37 points with 6 matches. So not great. Not great. Down from 40 last year. So
I just want to shout out Sean Balzer from NFL Draft Lounge. 43 points, 7 matches.
So had he entered the Huddle Report contest, he would have been in the top quartile at least.
Yeah, he did enter.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he had 43 points.
Okay. So there he is. So good job there, Sean Balzer from NFL Draft Lounge. The one guy who's not scared to put his name out there from NFL Draft Lounge.
I will grade mine tonight.
Let's Scott says we got to score up his mock. I will get to that and we will report back on that tomorrow morning or tomorrow night, Scott, when we go on the air. We'll see how Scott stacked up with the rest of us. Yep, Blues is still. They had all the edge rushers. They had all the defense on the board, and they took Michael Penix. All right, close shop here. Best players available heading into night 2. For me, it's Johnny Newton. Like I said, there's got to be injury issues there, I presume is the case. Same with potentially with Cooper DeJean and Kool-Aid McKinstry. I think it's both injuries there. Jackson Powers Johnson. Also available, Lad McConkey, Adonai Mitchell, who I think might be the apple of the Bills' eye there at 33 when we start the proceedings tomorrow. Chris Braswell is my top edge rusher left. Then Cooper Beebe, Braden Fisk, Roger Rosengarten, the offensive tackle of Washington, Enos Rakestraw, corner, Zach Frazier, and Adiza Isaac, and more best available players. And we'll talk more about those guys. Me and Brad Menendez tomorrow night. 7 Eastern, 6 Central. Tune in rounds 2 and 3 We'll be at you all night long, breaking down these guys. Scott says, great job tonight, everyone. See you tomorrow night for double the picks, double the fun. I love it. Brian, man, thank you for coming on tonight. And I will see you for a long period of time on Saturday, sir.
Cannot wait.
Absolutely. That's Brian Lamb from NFL Draft Lounge. He came on tonight. He was instead of our good friend Pigskin Paul. Mrs. Pigskin is having some health issues, and we want her to wish her a speedy recovery. Paul is taking care of business at home, and I know he was probably watching tonight, and we appreciate him for that, and wish he could have come on with us. But hey, man, family first. And like I said, I hope Mrs. Pigskin gets back to health real soon. But thanks to Scott for coming on early, Brad for coming on, Miranda for coming on. Sorry about if you're upset with the Packers pick, Miranda, and Brian for coming on. Like I said, me and Brad tomorrow night. See you guys then. Thanks, everybody. You've watched live coverage of round 1 of the 2024 NFL Draft here on Draft Countdown. Until tomorrow, see ya.